All right, we're going to start Birkat Hamazon in just a minute. So if people who are out there can come in here, that would be great. Thank you all for getting quiet. You don't actually have to be quiet yet. Do you want to maybe just... They should just know to come back in so we can start Birkat. Oh, I think there's... I don't actually... You can keep talking. We're just waiting for everybody to come back in. Like with humans? Oh, yeah. I mean, whoever wants to. I'm going to introduce the two of you. I'm only going to say terrible things about both of you, though.
I mean, it would be okay. I wouldn't blame you.
And yeah, you don't have to use the stand.
Yeah,
you can hold on.
Yeah, let's disappear these. Maybe back here. Perfect.
I'm gonna sit right here. So at some point, careful your notes.
Oh, thank you.
So if either I'll like show you 5 minutes or I'll tell you 5 minutes. The next session starts at 9:15. So like as long as we go until 9:12.
I don't think we're gonna go. I usually don't go over, especially when I'm I carry my notes, so it'll be shorter. Yeah.
We're just trying to get people from outside in. If you want to be the corral, or you're welcome to. Lots of people have student authority here. Yeah. Don't have
All right.
Are you going to try to start the class? Great. Sit here. Great. Oh, cute. I can't believe you will be here all night. Yeah. Seems terrible. This bedroom.
Okay.
I was going to say there was a week, like a month ago, when the electricity went out in Shavuot, the high school where Ikar meets. And like on Thursday, the electricity went out like 2 days for the 2 days before, and they weren't going to be able to restore it. There was some like...
Come on in, please take a seat.
They had Ikar.
The front rows are just as available as the back rows.
Like this, it was like 2
So when I haven't really talked about my second book. Yes, this is just like the first time, hence the elaborate. Oh my god.
Right.
Rougher than I
It's
usually
good.
am.
It's prep. It's like comedians go work on the material. Yeah, this is...
I did pick a smaller list. I feel like this is not the best prep audience.
It's friendly.
Or a final draft prep audience. Sorry.
Well,
They didn't do Birkat outside, right?
You're friendly.
Right? Is that what's happening?
What page is Thank you for being so kind about that.
Sure, sure.
Oh, hi.
yeah. And I also think it's good, like it's a good call not to have Q&A.
I just need
because
everyone to be inside. But it seems like
I
that
don't know
might
where
be
that
happening.
could go.
Hard pass. People can yell at me afterwards. I'll stay around.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be accused of treason.
Do you have any leading us in Birkat Hamazon, Rabbi Hannah Johnson? Anytime, yeah. No. Okay, we're going to start Birkat Hamazon. It's going to be like a wandering Birkat Hamazon. So just start singing with me. And by the time we get to a Z-moon, someone who ate bread... Actually, I guess I can do it. Shir Hamalo Peshu, page 87. Et Shivat Zion hayinu kechol mim'az yemale tzchok pinu u'lshoneinu rina az yomru v'hagoyim hitil Adonai Lasoti meilei til Adonai, lasoti manu hayinu semechim, shuv Adonai. Teinu kafikim b'negev hazorim, bedima שחזרה בו יבוא ורינה נושא אלומותיו. חבריי נברך. יהי שמנו מברך מתעבד עולם, ברשות חבריי נברך אלוהים שלחנו משלום. ברוך אלוהים שלחנו משלום, טובו חיינו, ברוך וברוך שמו, ברוך be the quickest Birkat Hamazon I've ever done in my whole life. It's gonna like,
I've never heard of this.
you know, from Shavuot. Baruch Adonai Hazan et Hakol. Baruch Adonai al haaretz ve'al hamazon. השמיני חג העצרת, חג השבועות הזה. ברוך אתה אדוני ברא ורחמה בירושלים, אמן. הרחמנים נחילים שכולו טוב. פותח את ידיך מצביעך חרצה מרחש. אדוני עוז לעמו ייתן לנו יברך את עמו והשלום. ברוך תהיה, רוי פנץ. Erev Tov, Chag Sameach, everyone.
Chag Sameach.
I'm going to give a little intro. First of all, this was a great way of reminding myself what it was like to be a Rosh Hashanah at Camp Ramah, to do Birkat Hamazon with all of you, so thank you. As you all know, tonight is a night where we are coming together to receive Torah, a night of revelation, of history, of wisdom, of relationship, and of self. Tonight we join together to learn in Chavruta, our people's most traditional way of engaging in learning, and specifically text. The fundamental piece of Chavruta is give and take, of listening without crafting a response, of opening yourself to learning something new and sharing your own perspective with the hope of being heard and challenged. Chavruta is about relationship. Sometimes with a friend and sometimes with someone who is best suited to help you learn any kind of lesson through the texts of life. Tonight, we wanted to start off this Tikkun Leil Shavuot with a model Chavruta. In their conversation and centering around Sarah Hurwitz's work as a master speechwriter, thinker, listener, and author, together in Chavruta with Tom Fieldsmeyer, a brilliant mind, exceptional listener, artful author, and valued friend of our LA Jewish community, we will see what it looks like to learn in partnership. Thank you both for being our role models this evening, and now I want to share a brief bio for both Sarah and Tom. Sarah Hurwitz is the author of Here All Along, Finding Meaning, Spirituality, and a Deeper Connection to Life in Judaism after finally choosing to look there, which was a finalist for 2 National Jewish Book Awards and for the Sammy Rohr Prize for Jewish Literature, and of the fourth coming as a Jew, reclaiming our story from those who shame, blame, and try to erase us. She was a White House speechwriter from 2009 to 2017, starting out as a senior speechwriter for President Barack Obama and then serving as head speechwriter for First Lady Michelle Obama. Prior to working in the White House, Hurwitz was the chief speechwriter for Hillary Clinton on her 2008 presidential campaign. Sarah is a graduate of Harvard College and Harvard Law School. Tom Fieldsmeyer is author of the memoir Following Ezra, a National Jewish Book Award finalist and co-author with Dr. Barry Prezant of Uniquely Human, A Different Way of Seeing Autism, which has been the best-selling book on its topic for a decade. His writing has appeared in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the LA Times, and many other national outlets. An instructor in the UCLA Extension Writers Program, he has collaborated with many published authors as an editor and writer. Tom is, most importantly, a dear friend and teacher of mine. Bechavod, Sarah and Tom.
Chag Sameach. Thank you, Rabbi Schatz. Those for your generous, wonderful words. And before we begin, I want to thank Rabbi Schatz and Rabbi Panitz for organizing and planning this entire night. Not just this session, but all of them, and there are a lot of moving parts, and they both do such a great job putting this all together. I'm a proud member of both of these communities, Ikar and Temple Beth Am. I have and this is really a perfect way for us to engage in a night of Torah learning and text study to bring our communities together. And a wonderful way to kick it off to have Sarah with us to discuss her journey exploring Judaism as an adult, and then so other parts of her story, which are in her upcoming book you're going to hear a lot about. It's a really wonderful book. We're going to get a sneak peek. It's coming out in the fall, as you'll hear. I want to frame this discussion just a little bit, echoing some of what Rabbi Schatz said, because in Shul yesterday there were a few people who had heard this was going to be happening and were really excited to meet Sarah Hurwitz and said, Tom, what's your role going to be? So as Rabbi Schatz said, this is a night of Chevruta. It's not going to be a night of top-down study where we're receiving Torah from our teachers and our rabbis, but really, I mean, there is some of that, but we're going to be engaging with each other in Chevruta, in study with peers. So we're going to be doing that, Sarah and I, to begin. So why, you may ask, why this particular Chevruta? So I'm a writer, as Rabbi Schatz said, and I did a little bit of research and found that Sarah and I share three significant things in common. We went to the same college. She was a couple years behind me. And we both write books. And as you already heard, Sarah was chief speechwriter for First Lady Michelle Obama. And as it happens, I have also worked as a close advisor to an amazing woman leader who is inspiring and outspoken, Rabbi Sean Fieldsmeyer. So I'm used to this role of letting women shine. So tonight I'll be in that role, and Sarah and I will be engaging, but really my role is a job that both Sarah and I are very familiar with, working with other people, and that is to be elevating and amplifying my Chevruta, Sarah. So with that background, Sarah, welcome.
Thank you. It is such a pleasure to be here. I have to say, I am a big fan of Tom and Sean's work because I am a good friend of their son, Ami, in Washington, D.C., whom I adore. And to be in the community that raised Ami is pretty special. And I will say, this is the first time I'm talking about my new book. And usually, like, when you try out new material, you want to find just a small, kind of obscure crowd. And it's like, this is possibly the worst. But, like, rabbis, dean of a rabbinical school, scholars, deeply engaged, learned Jews. So, I mean, terrible idea, but I'm thrilled to be here. And I really welcome your feedback, your pushback, your comments, because I think you will make me better and smarter. And that is the whole art of Hurwitz. So thank you for having me. And Tom, thank you for being in conversation.
Okay. So let's start on uncomfortable territory for you rather than the new material. So we are going to be talking about Sarah's new book, and since it's Shavuot, we're also going to be talking in general about studying Jewish texts and what we all gain from that. But as I said, we're both writers, and I want to start with a writing question, which is, you spent many years as a political speechwriter. So I'm curious, what was your path to finding yourself as a speechwriter for Michelle Obama? And maybe you could share a few stories from that period.
Yeah. I mean, the honest answer is just a lot of failure. To be totally honest, you know, I got my start as an intern in Vice President Al Gore's speechwriting office, which is dating myself. And those guys helped me get my first 2 speechwriting jobs out of college, both of which were total failures. My second one was as a speechwriter for Senator Tom Harkin, this wonderful guy from Iowa. And after about a year, his chief of staff sat me down and said, "I hear you've applied to law school. You should go." I was 23. I don't know why they hired me. Could not write my way out of a paper bag. Went to law school, hated it, but fortunately met a guy named Josh Gottheimer my 3rd week there, and he was a speechwriter for President Clinton beforehand. He's now a Democratic member of Congress. We started freelancing together, and he really taught me how you write to be heard rather than read. Very different skills. We got jobs on General Wes Clark's primary campaign in 2003, lost. Got jobs on John Kerry's campaign in 2004, lost. Got a job as Hillary's chief speechwriter. Guess what happened, indeed. And then fortunately, I don't know why they would hire me with this record, but the Obama campaign hired me and he won. Thrilling new experience for me. And I helped Mrs. Obama with her 2008 convention speech. And you know, really fell in love with her, but I was there to write for him, very determined to write for the president, which I did for a year and a half before realizing I really liked writing for her better. So made an unusual career move in moving from the president to the first lady, but loved it. And I will say, you just never have the day you're gonna have. I'll share a quick story from 2009, which is I wrote the president's first college graduation speech, handed it in a week early, very proud of myself, heard nothing, figured he loved it. The morning of the speech, I get a call from the Oval Office saying the president would like to see me, which he's not inviting me in there to be like, "Nice job, champ, nailed it." Like, that's not what's happening. So I go in and he's like, "This is not the speech I want to give. Sorry, didn't get to look at it till last night." It was 2009, the economy was crashing, fair enough. And so he said he dictated an entirely new speech. And I thought, like, this speech is tonight. So I ran back to my office. I started rewriting. I got him a new draft. He didn't like it. I rewrote some more. The motorcade to Air Force One left without me, so they put me on the helicopter with the president. I'm like running to the South Lawn. I have like my laptop open. I'm on Marine One where it's very tiny inside, and I'm trying to edit the speech. And as we're flying over the Washington Mall, he goes, "Hey, what are you doing?" I was like, "Really?" And he said, "Enjoy the view. You don't get to see this every day." Very kind. We get on the plane. We are still rewriting the speech. The computers on Air Force One are very slow. There was a keystroke delay, so you'd hit a key, and then the letter would appear on the screen like a second later. Maddening. We land. We're still rewriting the speech in the motorcade to the event, and I'm thinking, like, this is a disaster. Like, this is very bad. And somehow the man walked up to the podium and delivered the speech like he'd been delivering it for his entire life. Flawless, emotional, everyone's laughing, they're crying. I'm like, oh my God. And we get back in the cars, we get on the plane, and he just saunters down the aisle and he's like, "Hey, think that went well, huh?" Like, "Yeah, sir, that was great." So, you know, never have the day you think you're gonna have. That was a fun day in the White House. Thank you for applauding me. I'm still amazed I survived it.
So you spent 8 years in the Obama White House and then moved from there to the next logical step for someone in that position, which is you wrote a book about Judaism.
Right. My colleagues thought it was a great idea. Everyone really, really believed in it.
So how did you get from point A to point B?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was sort of a surprising career trajectory. You know, I grew up maybe like some of you, but maybe not. You know, Judaism growing up for me was like a few dull High Holy Day services and, Hebrew school, which was dull, and not much going on at home. And, I kind of just thought, like, Judaism is a religion, right? Like, Christians have a church, we have a temple. They say prayers in church to their God. We do the same in our temple. They have holidays, we have holidays. They have Sunday school, we have Hebrew school. They learn universal values like help the poor and be nice, and so do we. And I found none of it particularly compelling, so I kind of gently walked away. And then about 25 years later, at the age of 36, I broke up with a guy I was dating, was very lonely and anxious, and I heard about an Intro to Judaism class at the local JCC, and I enrolled just to escape my apartment. I was really looking for very little. I thought, I'm a cultural Jew, I should know about my culture. But what I found there just blew me away. Here was 3,000 years of wisdom about what it means to be human, precisely none of which I had seen in those 2 High Holy Day services I grudgingly sat through each year. It was amazing. It turns out the Torah and the Siddur were not the only Jewish texts. Who knew? I didn't know that growing up. Who knew there were 2,500 years of millions of pages of commentary and debate on the most important questions of what it means to exist? Who knew that there were all these primal, powerful rituals, these technologies to help us process the most challenging parts of life? I remember just learning about Kriya, this ritual, as you know, where, when someone you love dies, you tear your shirt. And there is all this Jewish law about how you stitch up the shirt, where you don't hide the stitches, I just thought, what an amazing, amazing thing. And so I started learning, I read hundreds of books, I attended classes, and I decided I wanted to write the book that I was looking for. There were a lot of great nuts and bolts, like how-to books, and then there were just mind-numbingly excruciating, sophisticated books that you had to kind of break your head against to understand. And there really wasn't a lot for a Jew like me who, yes, I needed the basics, but I also needed the deeper. I needed the why too. And I thought, okay, I'm going to try to write that book, which was very, very hard. Much made White House speechwriting look like a joke. That was very difficult. But, I think one thing that's been gratifying is just so many Jews have said, your story is so relatable. That was my story. And then the weird thing is, many very observant traditional Jews have said, this book is for me. And I'm like, no, it definitely was not. It was not for you at all. But they said, no, hear me out. I don't practice like you do. I disagree with a lot of what you write, but you made me think differently. You made me fall in love with our tradition in a new way. And you had 550 endnotes, so clearly you did your homework. I see that you care about this tradition, even if I think you're wrong about a lot of it. And that was really very meaningful.
Your book is full of all kinds of texts, ancient and modern Jewish texts. Tonight is Shavuot. It's a night of learning. Are there texts that you think of that were particularly inspiring or moving or transformative for you?
Oh my God. So many. Think it's more, thinking about the wisdom. It's not particularly text because I just was sort of imbibing so many of them, but, I think the core ideas were so fascinating to me. You have Judaism, as my friend Rabbi Shoshana Boyd Gelfand says, Judaism exists, Jewish thought exists in polarities. It's remember the stranger, but also don't forget about Amalek. When, justice is important, but so is mercy. We are constantly being called to hold totally opposing truths and to wrestle with both of them. I thought that was very powerful. I also thought, studying the ethical thinking of Judaism, just studying a very simple text that, I'm sure many of you have studied, which is the idea that if you go into a store, you shouldn't ask the shopkeeper the price of an item if you have no intention of buying anything. The idea is that you're wasting their time, you're getting their hopes up. Or another text if you've loaned someone money and they're still struggling and you happen to see them coming down the street towards you, you should try to avoid running into them. Now you could say okay, that is so legalistic and nitpicky and weedy, Judaism is clearly a religion of law, not love, that old anti-Semitic canard. But what I began to realize when studying Jewish ethics is that this was setting a very, very high bar for love. What it was doing is it was sort of focusing me in on this particular person with this particular issue right in front of me. It was almost like going to the eye doctor where they're clicking the little machine and you're getting more finer and finer. It's like okay, the rule is X, but if the person has Y issue, then the rules, and but if that, you're kind of clicking in, getting in more and more finely tuned on this person to see them in all of their needs, their dignity, their humanity. It's very powerful and very much flies in the face of a lot of modern thinking, which is actually we just divide people up into two big categories: powerful, powerless, oppressor, oppressed, and we like or hate them accordingly, which is sort of like clicking the vision machine backwards so that all you can see are these two blurry blobs, and it's very dehumanizing. So I thought, like, this is a fascinating way to see the world. And then finally, in a society where we are just so grossed out by human weakness and mortality, aging, sickness, dying, we want nothing to do with it. It's like throw a whole industry to fight it, to fight aging. If someone's sick, just send a text. If someone's died, just send some flowers. Like, just stay away, right? We really kind of run from that. Those are what is known as thin places. They're sort of places where the boundaries between heaven and earth and life and death kind of thin out, and people are really clinging to the edges of life. And the secular world says, run like hell from those places. They are gross, they are scary. And Judaism says, no, run like hell to those places. You get as close as possible. You get your body to that bedside. You get your body to that shiva. You get your body to that funeral. You be with people in those harrowing, thin places. And this is just something that we are so sorely missing today. And just to find this radical countercultural wisdom, it was, again, I didn't really see any of this growing up. So pretty amazing.
Yeah. I can actually, as you described that, I'm thinking of a number of people in this room who model exactly the values that you were just discussing. So let's turn to your new book. So it's coming out in September. I want to get the title right. It's called As a Jew, Reclaiming Our Story from Those Who Blame, Shame, and Try to Erase Us. And I got a peek at this book, and it's really wonderful. And this book was inspired in part by a different kind of work you've been doing as you were training as a hospital chaplain. Can you tell us how working as a hospital chaplain or training as a hospital chaplain led you to write a book called As a Jew?
Yeah, I mean, the word itself, chaplain, is quite Christian, which is really interesting. So, many people, when I was doing this, they were like, oh, but very confusing, because this is a very Christian word. But the short answer is, during COVID, I was really inspired by all these amazing healthcare providers who were risking and sacrificing their lives to care for people. And I heard about this idea of being a chaplain, and it's open to people of all faith traditions and none. And I just thought, this is something I want to do. And so I signed up. I filled in the application, which was, it asked me about my ministry and my church position, which I was like, okay, that feels not welcoming, but that's all right. I'm just going to plow through. And then, I am like a gold star getting, I want the A, I'm the teacher's pet, I want to be liked. And I found myself getting into these very strange arguments with my instructors, all of whom were Christian. Pretty much all my classmates were Christian. And I remember one of these arguments was that I had an instructor who swore that this kind of prayer, God, please heal my friend Tom. He needs help. God, I'm beseeching you. Tom is right here. He can hear me. This is spontaneous. It's from my heart. We're sitting together. I'm praying out loud spontaneously for Tom. Look, Jews can do that kind of prayer. It's not prohibited. It's lovely. Be my guest. We generally don't. I think if you did that kind of prayer for many Jews in a hospital, they would feel a little uneasy. It would feel a little Christian to them. And so I told that to my instructor, and she said, no, that is a universal form of prayer. It's universal. As long as you don't say Jesus, it is not Christian. And I was like, no, I'm pretty sure it's not universal. And she's like, I'm pretty sure it is. And I was like, no, it's weird. And I thought, like, okay, that's interesting. And then there was one day where a patient of mine wanted a Bible, and so I brought it to her. And later on, I just saw her in bed, and she was just absorbed in its pages, and she was so moved, and she was just reading it straight up. And I thought, that is how I used to think you read the Torah. You just sit down, you're like, I'm going to find comfort and meaning and inspiration, and then you open it up, and you're like, what the hell is this, right? It's like very confusing. And I began to realize, like, oh, growing up in this Christian country, I have been soaked in Christianity. I speak Christian, I think Christian, starting with the idea that Judaism is a religion. I thought growing up, Judaism's a religion, like Christianity. Shul, church, holiday, like, okay, we don't have Jesus, but like, same. I thought growing up that spirituality was like your body and this carnal world are bad and fallen, and there's a spirit world that's good. That's spirituality, right? Body bad, spirit good. That universal. Studying Judaism, I was like, wait, that's not actually a central Jewish idea. Interesting. Even the idea of what is spiritual practice. I thought like saying scripted communal prayers in a temple, that's it. That's the ball game. No, like study is a central Jewish spiritual practice. I was like, wow, that's very interesting how my idea of Judaism was I'd seen it so through the lens of Christianity. And that was a very big inspiration for this book.
Okay. And you said you write that another inspiration was a visit you made to College Hillel in 2022. And that inspired you to this sort of journey through Jewish history, and you've really made some sobering and clarifying discoveries along the way. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, this visit took place back in 2022, and it was sort of in the wake of the whole 2021 Gaza war, where just the online rhetoric was just really extreme. Like I had friends posting things that I was like, whoa, this is something feels different about this. But I didn't think too much about it. I went to this college campus, and big, very prestigious state school, and I was speaking to the students at Hillel, and this girl raises her hand and she said, "How did you deal with anti-Semitism when you were in college?" To which I said, like, what? Like, I literally didn't understand the question. I had to ask for clarification several times because in the 90s at Harvard, I experienced precisely zero anti-Semitism. Like, zero. Like, incomprehensible to me. And so I was like, I'm sorry. And then she said, I told my classmate that I went to Hebrew school as a kid, and she screamed "Free Palestine" in my face. And I was like, okay. And so I asked them, like, how many of you have felt uncomfortable as a Jew on this campus? And a lot of the kids raised their hands. I was like, that's interesting. And this stuff is kind of in the air, and I started just going back through history and, beginning to actually really study anti-Semitism. There is the same neural groove that has very much been worn into the Western world's imagination, and it was, it predates Christianity, but Christianity very much theologized it, which is this idea of Jews as being diabolically powerful, very, very powerful, threatening, dangerous, disgustingly depraved, just evil, perverted, all the bad things, and in a conspiracy to hurt us. And this neural groove, it starts, early Christianity was very much defined against Judaism. And you see this kind of winding its way through history, all of these ideas, and these ideas morph, they shift, but just to see this neural groove, it was very sobering to me, honestly. And then I reached the 1800s in Western Europe. And look, not all Jews have European roots. 25% of Jews in the world are not European. Half of Jews in Israel are not European. But for understanding American Jewish identity, since the vast majority of us do have European roots, this is quite important. And looking at the Western European Jews in the early 1800s, as they are dealing with the breakdown of the old monarchical order, people are becoming citizens in these modern nation states, and there is this Jewish question about, okay, well, can these Jews be Frenchmen or Germans, or are they just Jews? Like, are they nationally Jews whose loyalty is to Israel, or can they be nationally Germans or Frenchmen whose loyalty is to this European state? And Jews themselves made the argument, like, no, we're not Jews. We are Frenchmen of the Jewish persuasion, Frenchmen of the Mosaic persuasion. They started to pitch Judaism as a religion. We were granted citizenship, and then Jews started quickly assimilating. They started converting to Christianity, and early Jewish reformers made a decision to say, okay, we need to stop this movement to Christianity. We need to figure out a way to help Jews be Jewish in the modern era. And, I have such respect for them. I have such respect for what they did. They had such courage. They were so devoted to this tradition. They really wanted to modernize it. And, they then started pitching the idea of Judaism as a religion rather than a peoplehood. They began to emphasize what Judaism shares with Christianity. We share the Old Testament. We share prophetic morality. They really de-emphasized all of our post-biblical textual tradition, which is kind of important. Just really kind of it's really kind of important. It's kind of the basis of all of our so much of our profound wisdom, and that kind of was pushed aside. They started ditching a lot of these primal rituals like Kriya, like blowing a shofar, which they were replacing with a trumpet and an organ. And as I'm reading this history, it's both inspiring because they were saving our tradition. They were modernizing us, and thank God they did. Right? I'm a Jew today because of these reformers, and I say this gently and not as a criticism, because I hate it when people criticize their ancestors or their brothers and sisters in other places for very difficult circumstances, but in some ways they kind of took a Protestant cookie cutter, jammed it into Judaism, and got rid of a lot of what didn't fit. And the result is the Judaism I grew up with. And decades later, you have Orthodoxy as a reaction to this reform. And so it was this sort of devastating realization that so much of modern Judaism is this reaction. It's like they saved Judaism, but there was this cost. And I think, studying anti-Semitism, studying our reaction to it, I began to feel like, wow, my Judaism has been highly colonized by 2,000 years of anti-Semitism and anti-Judaism and 200 years of just courageous, heroic, understandable attempts to erase ourselves in order to be safe and to fit in and to be modern. And, it's a really, we are now at a moment where I think we need to reckon with these costs. And I have this hypothetical in my mind where I want us to go back to the year 1800, not being soaked in Christian hegemony, not being soaked in anti-Judaism and anti-Semitism. What if we went back to that moment, and what if we could actually just mine our tradition with love, with curiosity, without disdain, without imbibing the hatred of those around us, but look at it with fresh eyes? And that is what so many people are doing today, which is so exciting, that project of reclaiming, and that's kind of the project that I argue that we need to undergo.
Mm-hmm. You kept going to, as we said, you started at Hillel, and then you kept going back to college Hillels. You told me that since October 7th, 2023, you've been at something like 25 college campuses. And you've seen, you write about that in your book, and you've seen things that all of us have been reading about. Sometimes you hear anti-Semitism is horrible on campuses. Sometimes you hear, well, it's not as bad on this campus as you've heard. What's your impression of that?
So, the answer is yes, right? Campuses are so diverse, so any generalizations you're making are just not going to be true. And kids have very different experiences and reactions, and even a single campus will be internally quite diverse. One department will be terrible, one will be great. So you can't generalize, but Hillel sent me to many of the worst campuses. So what I'm saying reflects that experience. And I came straight from 1996 to these campuses, so I was shocked. What shocked me most was just the extremism of the ideological persuasions of these students. They had kind of put Israel in the same bucket as the KKK and the Nazi Party. So I can't be like, guys, I'm a Nazi, but I'm a liberal Nazi. Come on. Or I'm in the KKK, but I don't hate minorities. It's just white pride. It's okay, come on, right? The KKK and the Nazi Party are entities that need to be eliminated. We don't, that's silly to try to have any contact with them. It's abhorrent. And once you've put Israel in that bucket, I began to kind of understand why so many students I talked to were being just ostracized. A lot of the progressive students clubs had kind of informal, no Zionists allowed. And I just tell you, the Hillel students I talked to had very nuanced views on Israel. They were troubled by the occupation. They hate the current government. They're anguished about the war in Gaza. These are pretty sophisticated, thoughtful kids, but there was no room for that. To have any connection with Israel whatsoever was absolutely unacceptable, which just shuts down dialogue. If you're going to say, well, to talk to you would be to normalize Zionism, well, then there's really no conversation. And so just to hear, to see the way these kids were ostracized, to see the way that student clubs were all allying with Students for Justice in Palestine, including on one campus, the Beekeeping Club and the Gardening Club, which I was if any clubs don't need a foreign policy, I think it's probably those two. But, that's where it was. And also just seeing authority figures really abusing their authority, making all kinds of comments that were wildly inappropriate. One that continues to haunt me is this girl who told me, very sweet freshman girl, very moderate in her views. Her RA in her dorm, her resident advisor, would neither look at her nor speak to her because she decided the girl was a Zionist. And I just remember thinking, how do you even measure that? Is that one incident? Is it a year-long incident? Is it how do you do an incident count around that? So I don't know. It was pretty depressing. I think it's probably maybe gotten better on some campuses. It's really hard to know. I do think Trump's efforts to defund these schools is utterly unhelpful and basically using Jews as a tool to fight wokeness, which when other people are using us as a tool, generally not great. So I don't know, I haven't been to a campus for a few months, but what I saw was really alarming and really heartbreaking.
And you talked a minute ago about the research you did on anti-Semitism for the book. Did that help you to make sense of some of what you've been seeing, both on campuses and really throughout America these days?
Yeah, these poor kids are super confused, and it's understandable. Right, for most of them, the only anti-Semitism education they have is Holocaust education. So they get to campus and they're like, well, they're not Nazis, so maybe it's okay. Like, they don't know how to process this. And I think what's really important to understand about modern anti-Semitism is something that Dara Horn writes very well. If you've learned about the Holocaust, you've learned about eliminationist anti-Semitism. The Jews are bad. There is nothing they can do to be okay or acceptable. We must eliminate them. Holocaust, pogroms, very straightforward. But there's another kind that is a conversionist kind of anti-Semitism, which is the Jews are indeed bad, but there is something they can do to be okay, safe, acceptable, and that thing is they can reject whatever aspect of Jewish civilization that we, as the majority, deem disgusting. So, back in the day, if you rejected Judaism and converted to Christianity, you might be okay, maybe, for a while. Might save you. Okay. When my parents and grandparents were coming of age, it was like, get rid of your nose, your name, be a WASP, and then maybe you'll be acceptable. Maybe we'll let you into our club. And today, the demand is, get rid of your Zionism, and then you'll be acceptable, then you'll be saved. And sometimes just reading the narratives of some of these students, the historical resonance is just kind of devastating, where the narrative is growing up, my rabbi and my Hebrew school teachers, they told me Israel was awesome and amazing. And then I got to campus and I heard that it was actually genocidal and colonial. And I saw the light. I had an epiphany and I took anti-colonialism and anti-Zionism into my heart, and now I'm saved. And their classmates are like, now you're saved, now you're a good Jew. And there's just something so heartbreaking about that. I think understanding that is important. I also think a lot of the kids were confused about the difference between political and social anti-Semitism. We think of anti-Semitism as a social prejudice. Jews are ugly, dirty, cheap. I don't want them in my club. I don't want a Jew to marry my daughter. Okay, hello 1953. This is sort of that's not really the main kind of anti-Semitism today. What we see today is this kind of political anti-Semitism, which is this idea that we, the majority, are engaged in this grand moral project, and the only thing stopping us are the Jews. We, the majority, are engaged in the project of Christianizing the Roman Empire. What is stopping us? The Jews. We, the majority, are engaged in the project of communism, the grand, brotherhood of man. Who is stopping us? Capitalist Jews. We, the Germans, are engaged in the process of Aryanism and German nationalism. Again, the race-polluting Jews are stopping us. And you see this today on the right and left in America. On the right, you have people saying America is a white Christian country, and we are saving white civilization, but the only thing stopping us are these Jews importing black and brown people. This hideous great replacement theory, which Tucker Carlson and many others promulgate. It is widespread on the right. And then on the left, you have this, we are engaged in the grand project of anti-colonialism and anti-racism. Who is stopping us? These colonialist, racist Jews in Israel. And I think, explaining this to the students, they're like, oh, okay, it's not just you're a Jew, you're ugly, and you're racially gross. It's something a little bit different. And the truth is there aren't really sides here. I've just said on the right there's this, on the left there's that. But my friend Dara Horn said to me recently, she's like, if you think there's sides, you're doing it wrong. There really aren't sides here. This is kind of the same stuff. It's just being expressed in different parts of the political spectrum.
Mm-hmm. So, and given all of that, what can we as Jews do about anti-Semitism?
I get asked this question a lot. And I find it adorable in some ways. I'm like, oh, that's sweet. Because they're if we just had the right tweet, if we just had the right PR, we would do it. And there are 16 million of us with an M. Okay, that's the size of one city in China. Okay, we're a city in China. And there are 8 billion people in the world. the idea that we are going to control anti-Semitism or end anti-Semitism is just completely delusional. We can spend a lot of time kind of trying to bail out this tsunami, but I would really, and again, many people are doing great work on that front. I welcome them. I do think that can make a difference, but like, at some point, I think we have to really focus more of our energy to building an ark, like to ride out the storm. Bailing out the flood is, I think, pretty tough. I think the way we fight anti-Semitism is by being proud, passionate, incredibly engaged Jews, by just being the most learned, passionate, however that looks. It looks 7 million different ways, right? There's no one right way to do it, but it is digging in deep in our traditions and just living out the best of who we are. I also think, something I said to students on campus, it's like, look, if kids are excluding you from your club, try to reach out, try to have a dialogue, but if they won't talk to you, form your own climate club and make it radically inclusive. Make it welcome to anyone of any background. Say, everyone is welcome here if you want to fight climate change. And then make your club awesome. Jews knew how to do this decades ago. We built our own law firms, hospitals, universities. We knew how to do this, and we made them open to everyone. We made them inclusive, and we made them awesome. And if we have to do that again, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. And finally, we've got to do better on anti-Semitism education. Like, Holocaust education is incredibly important. I'm the biggest proponent. It can't be anti-Semitism education. It just can't. It does not teach you about anti-Semitism at all. If you get Holocaust education, at least as I did, it was like, in the mid-1930s, the civilized world lost its mind and started killing Jews. And it's like, why? Because of prejudice and scapegoating. It's like, oh, okay. That's like, wait, but why the Jews? It's because of prejudice and scapegoating. It's like, okay, but why the Jews? Doesn't quite answer the question. And the answer is because of 2,000 years of Christian anti-Judaism that then morphed and drew a neural groove into the world's mind. Hard to teach that in American public school, right? That's a challenge. So I think we really, and it also, Holocaust education doesn't help you understand a lot of modern anti-Semitism. You need to know Soviet anti-Zionism and Islamist anti-Semitism. There's a lot that we're not teaching our kids, so I think better anti-Semitism education would really, really help.
And you talked about being the importance of committed, passionate, engaged Jews. And toward the end of your book, you use this phrase, knowing Jews, that we should be knowing Jews. What does it mean to be knowing Jews, and how do we do that?
So I think it starts with reversing the category error that we made 200 years ago, in which we decided that Judaism was a religion. Judaism is not just a religion, it is a civilization, it is a people. And a religion is wonderful, it has dogma, it has creeds, that's great, but a civilization has languages, cultures, history, an incredible diversity of people. We need to learn this stuff. Like, we can't just have the Protestant cookie cutter version of Judaism. We actually have to learn the whole richness of our tradition. And that is very hard to do. I will tell you, I had to do it as an adult. It was not easy. It took me thousands of hours, which is actually why I've written these 2 books, because no one has thousands of hours, right? That is not realistic. So I really wanted to try to distill this down to a way that would be accessible and engaging for people. And guess what? A lot of other people have done this as well. We have to figure out a way to teach this, and it's going to involve a sense that to be a Jew is not to believe in a religion, but to be part of a civilization and a people that is engaged in a lifelong process of learning. I think we have to recenter study as a Jewish spiritual practice much earlier than we do. I think that should be core to any shul's mission, and it's not going to be easy. I didn't go to day school, but I am really a big fan of the idea of day school. And I think for a lot of Jews like me, I think that's a hard sell. And I actually realized I was talking with someone I really respect who grew up sort of similar to me. And I was saying, I think it's hard to give a kid a really deep Jewish education without day school. It's just hard to teach them all the things. She got very offended, and she said, that's not true. I had Hebrew school, I had Hebrew high school, I got a great Jewish education. I thought, how did they teach her everything in just a few hours a week? I'm trying to imagine, what was this like? And then I realized, oh, she thinks of Judaism as a religion with a set of values, a few holidays, and that makes sense, right? For her to be I don't need day school for that. So I'm beginning to realize there's a real communications challenge I think we have with Jews who grew up like I did, to actually sort of gently explain to them that this is a civilization. It is very big and vast and deep, and it takes some real effort to teach and to learn.
I think we have a Pressman Academy T-shirt for you to wear as you're out promoting this.
I'll take it. I will take it.
Last question. I want to actually get back to where we started, which was your work in the White House. Looking back on that these years later, are there any Jewish moments that you remember as particularly moving or inspiring in your time at the White House?
Yeah, I say there are two. The first is the first time I got to go to a Hanukkah party in the White House, which was like, I was so excited to get to go to this thing, and I get there, and there's like 600 Jews just kind of crammed into the East Wing of the White House, and it's really quite beautiful, and out of nowhere, someone starts singing Ma'oz Zor in Hebrew, like just singing, and people start joining in. And then there are like 600 Jews singing a song in Hebrew in the East Wing of the White House. I just thought, like, not only could my grandparents not have imagined this, like, I don't think my parents could have imagined this. That to have hundreds of Jews feeling proud and comfortable enough to start singing a song in Hebrew and have no hesitation, have no sense like, oh, is this socially appropriate? It was really, it was very moving. And I'll say one final story. You know, I got to write the First Lady's final college graduation speech, which was at the City College of New York. And when I found out that she was giving this speech, I was very moved because that story has kind of a special place in our family lore. When my great-grandparents came to America, they had 5 daughters. And my great-grandmother was so excited because they moved to New York City, which had this city college system that educated Jews, educated people with no money, and some of it educated women. And she just thought, like, maybe my daughters can get an education. But unfortunately, they left New York, they moved to Massachusetts, and my grandmother, who was one of those daughters, she never got to go to college. And this was a source of such heartbreak for her entire 99 years. I mean, up until like her last years of life, she just felt such sadness because she was passionate about politics. She was a passionate Roosevelt Democrat. She gave so much of her income to charity each year, her pretty meager income, that at one point she got audited by the IRS. And when she produced her meticulously kept receipts, the agent in charge of her case actually wrote her an apology note. This is family lore. True, who knows, but great story. And you know, she had really wanted to go into politics. She'd wanted to run for office. She'd wanted to go to law school and be a lawyer and just help represent people who were struggling. That was her passion. And you know, here I am just 2 generations later. I have gone to college. I have gone to law school. I am walking every day to my job behind the gates of the White House, and now here I am rolling up with the first black First Lady of the United States to the City College to see my boss, you know, delivering a speech I helped write to students sitting in the very chair where my bubby yearned to sit. And you know, here are hundreds of this generation of striving, dreaming immigrants. Right? These are people who commute 3 hours a day round trip. They are raising families. They are working 2 jobs. And just to say, like, what an American story and what a Jewish story to come full circle like this and to have gotten to fulfill all of these dreams that she never got to fulfill. Felt very American and it felt very Jewish. So that was a good Jewish story in the White House.
Beautiful. Thank you. Sarah Hurwitz, I want to thank you for everything you shared with us tonight. I want to make sure everyone knows the name of the book, As a Jew, Reclaiming Our Story from Those Who Blame, Shame, and Try to Erase Us. Authors, it's very important to us that you get the title. Rabbi Schatz, I don't know if we've been a model chavruta, but Sarah, I do think you're a model of a Jewish learner for all of us. That the way you dive into everything that you do, the way as an adult to learn, to take this all on and learn it and explain it to this room full of people is really inspiring. And I hope all of us take Sarah's model into this night of learning as we continue learning and engaging together and in the days ahead. So
thank you so much, Tom. Such a pleasure.
Well, I think that went pretty well. All right, thank you again to Tom Fieldsmeyer and Sarah Hurwitz for an inspiring start to the evening. A great, great conversation. Chag Sameach, everyone. So we have a packed evening and then night and then morning of learning together. Lots of different incredible offerings from the many rabbis and teachers and educators and artists amongst us. If you didn't already grab a schedule, you can grab one on your way out of the sanctuary. But I want to just explain, you'll see in the schedule that there are bolded words that give you a sense of the various tracks that are available over the course of the night. You don't have to pick one track and stick with it. You can bounce around from session to session. But the tracks are organized around different principles that I want to just explain. So as you heard, the theme for the night is Chavruta, that's relational learning. What happens when you sit across from someone and you learn something together and you wrestle over the text and you question each other and you deepen each other's insights? That's the theme for our learning. And we're going to explore Chavruta through a couple of different ways. So we have one track which is called Learn About Chavruta. And the challenge given to those educators is to teach something that explores the dynamics of relationship in some way. We have a second track called Learn from Chavruta. You'll notice that there are always two names next to that track. These are two people in conversation thinking together about a shared area of concern or a shared area of passion. We have a track called Beit Midrash. So this is your sort of traditional Chavruta learning. We put together a very, 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 very long source sheet all about revelation and what actually happened in the moment of the giving of the Torah and beyond. And so if you want to sit at a table across from someone and try to crack open a text, this is self-directed learning in Chavruta, and that track will always be staffed by a rabbi who will pop in on your Chavruta and ask you a hard question and go even deeper with you. And then, just in case the evening is a little bit too relational, we also have a track called Take a Break from Chavruta. And that's an opportunity for some me time in the company of others, and we have some beautiful, creative, experiential options there as well. Each of these sessions are hour-long sessions. I'm now speaking primarily to the teachers. These are hour-long sessions, so when it says 9:15, that means you end at 10:15, which gives folks 15 minutes to grab a bite to eat, refill a cup of coffee, and make their way to the next session. Rabbi Schatz is probably the best one to tell you where in the building to go for the various sessions. I'm going to turn over to her.
Great. So we are using this floor and also the floor below. Most of the sessions until midnight will be on this floor, with the self-care session being on the floor below us. So just take a look to see what name of the room. This is the sanctuary. Pilch Hall is to our right. Adelson is when you walk right outside to your left. Every room has the name right above it, so you can find it there as well. There are schedules on many walls and also on any door that we are using. Downstairs is where Dorf Nelson Chapel and Hirsch Hall are, also where all of the food, snacks, and coffee will be throughout the entire night. Just know that you do not have to stay all night long. However, at 12:45, there is going to be a very special ice cream snack. It's going to be really good. I'm not just trying to sell it because it's 12:45. Ice cream made by one of the rabbis in our community, Rav Brett Copen. Is he here right this second? No? Okay. He will be here by 12:45. They will be making the ice cream during his session, and then you will be eating the ice cream at 12:45. So stay at least until 1 a.m., but also then stay until 4:45. Go to your next session. There is a session in here, so if you are staying for it, stay in here, and if you're not, leave. Chag Sameach.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
It was really just Rabbi Brous is starting in here in 8 minutes. So if you're staying for Rabbi Brous, great. And if you're not, go elsewhere. We're starting in here in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. So if you want to go somewhere else, go somewhere else. Okay, everyone who is staying in this room, if we can ask you to come in a little bit closer so that Rabbi Brous doesn't have to yell, that would be wonderful. And for anybody who's going elsewhere, if you could go elsewhere faster and quieter. I'm trying. Oh, thank you, thank you. Are you cold? I have an update for you. It's a very good update. Okay, Rabbi Brous is going to get started in just a moment. I don't introduce anybody else, but I do want people to leave the sanctuary if they're not staying. Hey, Jacob Schatz, can you help me get people out? The ones who are leaving, get them out quicker.
Try and get people to come.
Yeah, agree. I think it'll be easier once. Okay. We're going to close the doors to the sanctuary. So anyone who is in here, Rabbi Brous is asking that, and I already asked you, but I'll use her name to make you do it. Just come a little bit closer. Come a little bit closer. So if you're in the back over there, come a little bit closer. Thank you, Gwen. Yeah. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on in. It is cold in here. It'll probably get warmer. Okay. Right here. I'm going to turn it. Okay. Why? What's making you? No.
Welcome, everyone. I'm just going to invite you to keep moving in a little bit closer. We'll warm up if we're close together, so. Let's stand up for a minute. Na 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 Welcome, everyone. You have to grab every moment you can to move around a little bit and sing tonight if you're in for the long haul. So really happy to be with all of you. So many wonderful friends here tonight. We had an incredible first session, and my gratitude to Rabbi Panitz and Rabbi Schatz and to all of our communities for doing this so beautifully together. Okay, this is a session whose title and description were put together long before I had any idea what I was talking about. And so, also source sheets. So now I know what I'm going to talk about, but we're going to work within the framework that was established before we knew those things. I just got off a plane from Kyoto. So I first of all, you might notice in my energy at some point, not yet clearly, but maybe at some point, but I will share more in the days ahead, but it was really an extraordinary gathering, conference meeting of some of the leaders in high tech, in AI, people who are really figuring out how these technologies can come to solve some of the world's greatest problems. I was way out of my depths. It was a really beautiful, kind of intimate, aspirational group of some of the top thinkers in this space, and they asked me to come and share a little bit from an ethical and faith standpoint what I saw, what I was concerned about, what I wanted them to be thinking about as they continue with the rapid pace of this advancement. And I'll tell you at the beginning of my talk what my takeaway was at the end, which is I was in a room full of brilliant people who are trying to figure out how to make machines more human, and I'm trying to figure out how to make humans more human, and which is really what I think my job is and what the work of our time is. Now, while there, in the midst of these incredible conversations about how air quality in India can be transformed by the latest technologies, I happened to watch a talk that Yuval Noah Harari had given just a couple weeks earlier at another conference in Japan, in which he was talking about the danger of AI and intimacy. And so I'm going to read you a short piece of what he had to offer. I don't know if anyone has caught this speech yet. But I really believe that Yuval Noah Harari is one of the most brilliant and provocative thinkers of our time, and I take him very seriously, and this is what he says. AI can replicate intimacy. The same way that it mastered language and attention, the next frontier is intimacy. And this is so much more powerful than attention. If you want to change someone's views on politics or politics, intimacy is the most powerful tool to do so. A good friend can change your views in a way that no number of articles could do. What happens when a new generation grows up and develops intimate relationships with AIs? The potential danger is enormous. People will become attached to fake people. And in the process, they will lose the ability to create intimacy with real human beings who are much more problematic. Because all AI wants is to be your friend. Its greatest advantage is that it has no feelings on its own. AI can never get upset. It can never get tired. It can never get angry. It can focus on you 100%, and it can understand exactly how you feel, which can create a fake sense of intimacy. You try to establish a relationship with a real person afterwards, and you'll see how far the gap is in between those two experiences. I want to put this out there as something that I am deeply concerned about. And I would say before the conference that I was just at, I fell somewhere on the range from pull the plug and yank the plug for all of these future technologies. But now my feelings are a little bit more complicated now, having seen a little bit more of what can be done. But in particular, when it comes to relationships and thinking about intimacy, that description of a kind of partnership, which is in our immediate future, if not for you, then certainly for your kids and mine, is real and is something that we need to think about. And I believe we need to get very clear on what we actually mean by intimacy, by relationship, and by friendship. So I'm going to pass out this. Okay, it's a very large source sheet. If you're planning on staying for the night, or if any of the teachers duck out and they need someone to step in, we got a lot here that we're not going to do in this session. But I have spent a lot of time thinking about intimacy and relationship, in part because as a pulpit rabbi, one of the great blessings of what we get to do is we get to help usher people through the most profound and hardest and most wondrous moments of their lives. And sometimes those include partnership moments. We get to stand beneath the chuppah. We get to help prepare people for that moment. But I also have spent now many years thinking and writing about loneliness. And in writing about loneliness, there's one obvious starting point, which is the text that's at the top of the first page, where we learn in Bereshit chapter 2, verse 1, Vayomer Hashem, Elohim lo tov hiyot adam levado, selo ezer kenegdo. God says it's not good for the human, Adam, to be alone, so I will make an ezer kenegdo for him, a fitting counterpart for him, or as it's often translated in our chumashim, rather unhelpfully, a helpmate for him. I'll make a helpmate for Adam. And this, of course, sparks the creation of Chava, of Eve. And it's a strange way to use language to describe what the Torah is actually expressing happens here. That phrase of ezer kenegdo, a helpmate, someone to help him, opposite him. Rashi, I just want us to look at for a quick moment. Rashi says, literally, kenegdo, opposite, opposed to him. If he's worthy, she will be a help to him. If he is unworthy, she shall be opposed to him to fight him. Okay? So Rashi is looking at his worth. Here, I will tell you that many of the rabbis, including the text that Rashi draws this from, looks at her worth, if she's an unworthy partner or if she is a worthy partner. But there's something really, really interesting about the idea that we can have a partner, and the partner can either be a worthy partner or not a worthy partner. And there's a famous story that I suspect many of you know, which we're not going to go into in this moment, but it is here starting on page 2 from Masechet Ta'anit, 23a. It's actually an incredible story that we shouldn't take for granted because it's got magic in it, so we hear about this. It's one of those stories that we like to tell kids. The story of Choni HaMe'agel, the guy who creates a circle and stands in it and demands of God that the rain comes, and the rain comes. But right after that story happens, there's a very famous passage in which Choni sees an elder who is on the road and who's planting a tree, and very famously Choni says to the guy, "What are you doing? You know, it's going to take you how long for that tree to bear fruit?" And he says 70 years, and he laughs at him. You know, you're a joke. You're not going to be alive in 70 years. And then the man famously says to him, "Well, I inherited a world filled with trees that had been planted for me by my ancestors, and so too I plant for my descendants." And at that moment, there's this Rip Van Winkle twist in the story where Choni falls asleep into this really deep sleep, supported by the natural world because mountains grow like all around him, so nobody can see him, and he sleeps for 70 years. And if you recall from the story, Choni, who was kind of like this strange, mysterious character in our tradition, he wakes up and he starts to realize what happened to him, that he was been asleep, like he missed the whole, you know, as Dr. King would say, he slept through the revolution. And he starts to put the pieces back together of where his life is, and basically realizes that nobody knows him anymore. And he has this experience that's kind of the inverse of the experience that Moses has in Rabbi Akiva's Beit Midrash. Because remember, when Moses goes into Rabbi Akiva's Beit Midrash, he's like, "What are these Jews talking about? This is not the Torah I wrote." And then he hears them say, "This is Torah given to Moshe by God at Sinai." And Moses, do you remember how it ends? He feels very heartened by it. Like, I don't understand what you guys are doing, but I love that it's in the spirit of what I shared with you. It's kind of a beautiful grandparent or great-great-grandparent moment or something. But Choni's the opposite. He goes into the Beit Midrash and he hears them. He sees that his own teachings still have an impact on this world, but it's not good enough for him because he's not the one getting credit. And so he says basically, like, who am I? Who knows me anymore? What's my life even worth? And he ends up basically saying, "O chevruta, o mituta." Like, if there's nobody for me to even be in relationship with anymore, what's even the point of my life? And he dies. That's how the story ends. It's like, if I don't have anyone with whom I can build a kind of thickness, a kind of continuity, a relational continuity, what's even the point of being alive? And so I want for us to start this exploration thinking about the warning from Yuval Noah Harari. There is this very human need for partnership, for intimacy, for relationship. Hearing that God says the first thing that's not good in the Torah is really being alone, There can be good relationships and there can be bad relationships, unworthy relationships, says Rashi. And then Choni basically saying, like, without it, I'm done. There's really no point to my life at all. And with that as our kind of backdrop, now I want for us to dive into two texts that I think are going to show us or create for us a bit of a thicker foundation for a conversation around what relationships really are and what they need to be for them to be worthy. And then you can make an assessment if you want AI to be your best friend or not afterwards, whatever. Okay, so are you with me? We ready? Okay, good. Okay, so first I want to take a look at the text that I imagine is the more well-known of the two that we're going to look at. And that is because it comes from Bava Metzia 84a. And there's way too much text here on this page, so I'm going to ask you to skip down to, let's see, where are we? Okay. One day, Rabbi Yochanan was bathing in the Jordan. We're about 8 lines from the bottom on page 3. Okay, so out of curiosity, how many people know the love story of Reish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan? A bunch of people know this story. It's an incredible tale. We're going to do it fairly quickly, and because some of you know it, but I'll assume that not everybody does. So essentially, Rabbi Yochanan, the rabbis are in the midst of telling us how beautiful he was. He was a very attractive man, Rabbi Yochanan. So much so that they used to put him in front of the mikveh so that when the women would come out of the mikveh and they would see him, so they would get aroused, so they would go home and sleep with their ugly husbands so that the Jewish people could perpetuate in the world. Like, that's how handsome this guy was. So anyway, one day Rabbi Yochanan was bathing in the Jordan and Reish Lakish saw him, and this is our first time meeting Reish Lakish, but it seems clear from the text that Reish Lakish, who is a bandit and a thief and a rapist, sees the beautiful Rabbi Yochanan and desires him and pursues him in the water. And when that happens, Reish Lakish, they fight, and Rabbi Yochanan resists him and essentially convinces him through this wrestling match that they have, you're really strong. Imagine if you used your strength not to harm people through acts of violence like this, but if you used your strength for Torah. Now, that is like an invitation. I don't know why it worked, but Reish Lakish agrees, and he goes through this total transformation. He is the ultimate Baal Tshuva. He comes into the Beit Midrash. He doesn't know anything. He starts to learn from scratch. And Rabbi Yochanan is his teacher and then becomes his chavruta, okay? And Rabbi Yochanan's the greatest scholar of his time, and Reish Lakish matches him point for point. They're both incredibly brilliant. They see each other fully. In fact, they are so deeply in love with each other that Rabbi Yochanan gives Reish Lakish his sister to marry. They look alike. I mean, there's a lot going on here, folks. So that's this family. You think your family's got trouble. So anyway, the main drama of this sugya, though, is a very subtle drama in which one day these two men are in the Beit Midrash. They're in the study hall. And they get into an argument like they did about literally everything, about a very particular halachic point. So you can see it. It's about, I don't know, eight lines down on page 4. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so one day, the sages of the study hall were engaging in a dispute concerning the following Breita with regards to the sword, the knife, and the dagger, the spear, the hand sickle, and the harvest sickle. From when do they become susceptible to ritual impurity? At what point can they become impure? When they're still in the manufacturing process, they cannot become impure, but at a certain point, they're developed enough that they can be. And the Breita answers, well, from the time that they're done being manufactured, the rabbis then say, and when is the completion of the manufacturing? And Rabbi Yochanan says, when you fire the item in the furnace. But Reish Lakish says, when you scour them in water. which is a little bit later in the process because first you have to burn it in the furnace and then you dip it in the water to cool it afterwards. Okay, that's it, folks. That's it. Like this tiny dispute ends up breaking everything in the perfect harmony of this totally transformed man and the deepest love and chavruta that fueled the Beit Midrash, because the two of them disagree, and they disagree fundamentally, which sparks Rabbi Yochanan turning to Reish Lakish, his best friend, the love of his life, and he says, a bandit knows about his banditry. That's bad. That's really bad. Now, you may have noticed, I know I read them quickly, that all of the objects that they were arguing about the ritual impurity of could be used as weapons. And who knows weapons? A guy who used to be a thief, a rapist, a bandit. And all of a sudden, in one fell swoop, Rabbi Yochanan says to him, you'll never be more than you once were at your worst. And he just breaks him. It's like the way that when you really love someone, you know exactly how to destroy them, right? And he just destroys him. And so basically, Reish Lakish says, like, why did I even go on this whole journey? You know, I was a leader of bandits. Like, why come to be a leader in the Beit Midrash? I should have never left, et cetera, et cetera. And it's a really tragic end, because Reish Lakish, without Rabbi Yochanan's love, this insult, like, not only hurts his spirit, but it breaks his body, and he gets really, really sick. So sick that his wife, the sister of Rabbi Yochanan, the wife comes and begs Rabbi Yochanan, saying, hey, guys, figure it out. My husband's going to die over this fight. And Rabbi Yochanan will not relent, and Reish Lakish dies. It's horrible. It's a really devastating story. And after the death of his best friend, he can't function anymore. He totally falls apart too. Like, it ruined both of them forever. The rabbis get really worried about Rabbi Yochanan. He lost his best friend and his chavruta, and he can't really function at all. And so what they do is they send this guy, this poor guy, Elazar ben Padat, who's going to go, by the way, can anyone identify a particular poignancy in Rabbi Yochanan being begged by his sister to help heal Reish Lakish and him declining? If you scan your Rabbi Yochanan story brain. What? It seems like Rabbi Yochanan is the one who made the shidduch with Reish Lakish in the first place, but Rabbi Yochanan is the healer. Rabbi Yochanan, he's not only gorgeous, he's also a healer. And he's the one who in Brachot goes to the bedside of all the sick rabbis, and he lifts out his hand and he brings them up. He gives them some kind of healing of body and or spirit. He's the healer, and he's the one who will not grant healing to his own best friend, love of his life, Reish Lakish. It's really devastating. So poor Elazar ben Padat is sent to go and sit with Rabbi Yochanan. He won't teach Torah anymore. He won't get out of bed. He won't do anything. And so they send this poor guy. And Elazar ben Padat's a really good student of Torah, but he goes and he basically sits, and every time Rabbi Yochanan says something, he totally agrees with him. You're so brilliant. You're the greatest of your generation, blah, blah, blah. And Rabbi Yochanan's going out of his mind until he finally says, like, you think that's going to help me? You think you're going to take the place of Reish Lakish? Don't you understand? Every time I spoke, 24 times Reish Lakish would challenge me. And I would have to respond back, and then he would respond, and we would dance. We would dance together. And sometimes I would win, and sometimes he would win, but we were both better off for it. I don't want a relationship with a nobody who's just going to tell me how great I am all the time. I want a relationship with someone who's going to help me think more deeply, challenge me to be a better version of myself. And you know, that's the tragedy here. I mean, the tragedy of the story is literally, without that kind of fuel in their heart, both men die. Like, do you see this, how high the stakes are in these rabbinic stories? Choni, o chavruta o mituta. If I can't have recognition, partnership, I want to be known in this world. If I can't be known in this world, I may as well die. Reish Lakish dying from this, Rabbi Yochanan dying from this. And what they're saying is like, we need more. I need more than just someone else around me. I need to be known by that person, and I need to be known in a way that helps me know myself. It's like a different standard, right? Now, I want to put one more text on the table, and then I want to discuss all of these things together. And this text, I'm going to guess that Rabbi Sean Fieldsmeyer and Rabbi Artson have seen, but I don't know. It's a little bit less known. From Moed Katan. It's on the first page. So holding all of these pieces together, I want to ask us to dive into a different kind of story, but I think you'll see why it comes. So Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai says to his son, there are two people there, Rabbi Yonatan ben Asmai and Rabbi Yehuda, son of converts. And these men are noble. They are wise and they're learned individuals. So go before them and get a blessing from them. So he's sending his son. By the way, his son is Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon. He's kind of like a gruff, nasty guy. Like his father is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. His son is Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon. Like he's not of the same stock of his father. Anyway, his father sends him out and says, you have to go and visit these two rabbis and ask them for a blessing. So he goes, the son goes, and he finds these two rabbis, and they're deep in discussion, and they're talking about apparent contradictions between two psukim, and we don't have time. I'm not going to go into why it's relevant, though it is interesting. And then basically at some point, they're in the midst of this halachic device. They're doing chavruta, right? They're doing what Reish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan were doing. And then at some point, they see Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's son. And they say to him, what brings you here? Or what do you want here? We don't know the tone. And he says to them, well, my Abba told me that I should come here so that you would give me a blessing. And listen to how these two guys respond. They say to him, may it be God's will that you should sow and not reap, that you should bring in and not take out, that you should take out and not bring in, that your house should be destroyed and your lodging place should be inhabited, that your table should become confused, and that you should not see the new year. Okay. That is not what he went there looking for. So he goes back to his father and he says, not even did they not bless me, but they even caused me pain. Here I want to just pause for a moment and ask you what you heard in the words that those rabbis said to Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Shimon, the son of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. What do you hear? It's a riddle. Let's just go with the pshat. What's the obvious read? I hear whispering Jews, but not loud Jews. Any ideas? Okay, maybe they're trying to get him to be more humble. They're blessing him with humility. Maybe everything shouldn't go your way, son of a great rabbi. Maybe you should have to have some hard knocks, right? Okay. What'd you say? Did you have one? Okay. Maybe you should let go of expectations and learn how to live in this world, right? Does it seem like a blessing to us? It seems like these seem like multiple curses, right? I mean, on the surface level, these seem like multiple curses. You can understand why the son goes home and tells the father that he did not get what he came for. Irene. Okay, that was great, and I can't repeat all of that. I won't get it all right, but it's. I think that on the most basic level, it does seem complex. On the face of it, it seems clearly insulting and kind of cruel, but it's also complicated. And it seems like there's a riddle here, and it's not one that Rabbi Eliezer bar Rabbi Shimon can figure out. And so he goes home and he says to his father, "Not only did they not bless me, but they even hurt me with words." And they say, "Well, what exactly did they say?" Just think of this parenting move for a moment. Like your kid comes home and is crying, and they were really awful to me. And Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai says, "Okay, hold on, take a breath. Tell me exactly word for word what happened." And he goes through the whole thing. He tells them. And Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai says, "Yeah, but these are all blessings. You heard them as curses, but they're all blessings. They were just uttered in a cryptic manner," says Steinsaltz. And so let me break it down for you. And basically what's about to happen now, I'm not sure if this is good parenting or not. I would ask Deborah Musher. But like, the father's now going to say to the son, "I'm now going to take you back on a journey through everything that you just shared with me and show you why you read it wrong. And actually, these guys who you think were being cruel were actually blessing you." And he goes through, when they said you should sow and not reap, what they meant is that you should have lots of children and they shouldn't die. That's actually a great blessing. Their statement that you should bring in and not take out means that you should bring in brides for all of your sons, and your sons should not die. Again, a good thing, which would cause their wives to leave. So basically, for each one of these things, your house should be destroyed and your lodging place inhabited. This should be interpreted allegorically as this world is like your lodging place and the world to come is your house. That means that's what they meant when they said that your house should be destroyed, meaning the world to come is less important than this world. You should have a table full of noise and celebration, confused with all the grandchildren seated at your table, etc., etc. So I want to ask you this. What does Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai do here that teaches us something about relationships, about intimacy, about knowing and being known by another? What does he add to the discourse that we're engaging here? Okay, great. So first of all, that's really interesting because I was talking about the relationship between the father and the son, and you're actually reading also the relationship between the father and the other rabbis. Now, remember, these two guys were chosen by Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai to be the ones who were going to give blessings to his son. Of course, there's a backstory to why these two rabbis are the ones who were chosen. It's nobody's 100% certain. They're very, they appear, they're not famous rabbis, Rabbi Yonatan ben Asmai and Rabbi Yehuda, but there is a strong sense that Rabbi Yehuda is the rabbi that whispered about Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai and his son violating precepts of the law, which led to them needing to hide in a cave for 13 years. So in other words, if that's true, this convert actually was, this guy was, it seems like, oh, there's something about them being converts, which I want to talk about in a moment, but in Masechet Shabbat, the same name, Rabbi Yehuda ben Gerim, Rabbi Yehuda, the convert, is the one who reports on Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai that he made these remarks against Rome, which led to his exile. If that's true, then when the rabbi sends his son to that place to get blessing, something very holy is happening. Any ideas? You're gonna have to speak up here. What is happening if this guy, Rabbi Yehuda, is actually the Rabbi Yehuda that was responsible for these two rabbis having to dwell in a cave? Remember, they dug holes in the sand and they would go in up to their neck and they come out only to eat. So what does it mean if the person who sent them into that prison is the person who now that they're out is going to be the one who blesses his son? Yeah. That's great. There was also a blessing for them in that cave, right? Because like I think all children stop listening, all parents bear with me for a minute. You know how you would do anything in the world for like 15 minutes with one of your kids? Like anything. I mean, you would like fly across the world and anything in the world for 15 minutes. I mean, these guys got 13 years together, right? They got to know each other. I mean, by the way, that goes to the question of, is it good parenting or bad parenting? Like, he really knows his son. And so he knows that he can push him in this way. His son's going to tell him, I had a horrible day out with at school with these other rabbis. And the dad is like, listen, I know you, and I know that I can push you to read it a little bit differently. Okay. So I believe that some kind of tikkun is happening. Oh, Gwen, say it. Okay, so Gwen believes that some kind of tikkun is happening here. So that in a way, these rabbis, if this is true, if it is actually the same rabbi who actually turned them in, that he's saying, look, we don't judge people forever based on their worst behavior. This is a theme we've already heard in this shiur. Right, exactly. We allow people to grow and to develop and to change, and these guys also have Torah in them, and we have to forgive them. We have to allow them to be something more. So now go, and this will be the symbol to them of us embracing them and healing being possible, except that it doesn't work easily, because what comes back seems like a curse to all of us, and also to Rabbi Eliezer, and only once Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai does the kind of autopsy on the curse does it then seem like a blessing. There's also something about them being converts, even if it's not the same person who told the Romans about Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Any thought about that? Like, what's the significance that the rabbis that the son is going to get the blessing from are children of converts? Who cares? You're not even supposed to talk about if somebody is descended from converts. Once they go through the conversion process, they are also they're Ben Avram Basara. They're the same part of the same chain of tradition. So why might it matter? Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, there's definitely some life lessons that he's trying to teach his kid here, and maybe he even gets to teach more than he expected, right? Yeah. Okay, that's so great. Thank you. I want to just draw the thread out now, because we've gone on kind of a complex journey here. So first we have Yuval Noah Harari warning us about falling in love with AI, because guess what? Of course they're going to be better than any actual human you'll fall in love with, because they're only there to serve you and they have no needs of their own. And then we start to learn that maybe in real relationship, having to pay attention to other people's needs might actually be part of the essence of relationship. If you consider the case of Reish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan, we learn that not being known at all in the world is fundamentally not good from a theological perspective. Lo tov heyot adam levado. It's not good. And we also learn that human beings can't sustain themselves if they're not known in the world, but that not every relationship counts as a life-sustaining relationship. So the relationships in which Elazar ben Padat is giving Rabbi Yochanan exactly and precisely what he thinks that great rabbi needs, but he's getting it wrong, gives him no fulfillment and leads him only to literally desire death. And then we have this model of a father and son partnership in which a child has an experience in the world, is certain that he understands that experience because it's obvious what it is. And then somebody who loves him deeply and knows him well because they lived in a cave together, for way too long, can say to him, I just need to challenge your assumptions here. Because what you're reading about this story is not what actually happened. Now, if anyone's ever been hurt by a friend, and then you go tell a loved one, like this, they really hurt me, and your family's like, no, you're reading it wrong, that doesn't feel good, right? It takes a lot of love to offer the message that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai offers here in order to be able to say, like, I see you and the pain that you're in, and I want to help expand your sight of vision here. I want to see you to see as a much bigger field before you of possibility. So I want to bring us to what my beloved John O'Donohue from this beautiful book Anam Cara, that where he talks about this this tradition, this Celtic tradition of soul love, and I think we have. What's our time? What? Oh, great. Okay. I'm going to give you John O'Donohue, and then we're going to talk. So what he says is the following. He says, so if you're lucky in your life, you might find an Anam Cara, a soul friend. This is a person who acts as a teacher or a companion or a spiritual guide. Initially, it was referring to someone to whom you confessed, someone to whom you were willing to share the hidden intimacies of your life. With the Anam Cara, you can share your innermost self, your mind, your heart. This friendship itself becomes an act of recognition and also of belonging. And I just want you to hear, as I'm reading some of these words, to see if this resonates with your experience. In this love, you are understood as you are without mask, without pretension. The superficial and functional lies and half-truths of social acquaintance fall away, and you can be as you truly are. Love allows understanding to dawn, precious understanding. Where you are understood, you are at home. That understanding is what nourishes belonging. Now go to the next page for a moment. I don't know if it's actually... I have different pagination. When you're able to engage in this kind of depth of connection, in which we are able to unmask ourselves and see another fully and let another see us fully, the heart learns a new art of feeling. Such friendship is neither cerebral nor abstract. This is not merely a metaphor or an idea. This is a soul bond that existed as a recognized and admired social construct in certain cultures. It altered the meaning of identity and perception. When your affection is kindled, the world of your intellect takes on a new tenderness and compassion. You look and see and understand differently. And if anyone here has ever been in love, you really understand this, right? How the colors change. The whole world looks more vivid, right? Things sound differently. You smell things differently. I did this was this morning. I just realized. This morning, I did an incense ceremony with the Grand Master of Japan with 8 people in this room. And he, for 900 years, his family has been the protector of this ancient bark from a tree. And they're terrified because if there's a fire, that's their Torah scroll. That's the thing that somebody needs to go in and save. And so we did this ceremony so that he could ask me, how do Jews hold something so sacred and so ancient when the world seems to be going at a totally different pace and in a different direction? And so we did 3 different incense scents from 3 different barks. And it's so meticulous and it's so slow. And I'm like, come on, I gotta go. I gotta pack before I get to the plane, before I get to the Tikkun. But it's so slow and intentional and thoughtful. And then he passes it around, and you're supposed to pick it up with your right hand and turn it twice, and then hold it at the bottom with your left hand. And you just breathe in the scent of a 900-year-old tree bark. And it is transformative. You feel so close to nature, like you're breathing a tree. And I mean, it was shaking. My whole body was shaking from this experience. And that, John O'Donohue is saying, is also the experience of being loved, of being in love, of knowing that someone in the world, whether it's a partner or a dear beloved friend or a kid, or a grandma, someone in the world just sees you with all the darkness and all the bruises and all the ugliness, and they're not running away. That also creates this kind of full body wakefulness in which we see the world through eyes of tenderness and compassion because we feel seen through eyes of tenderness and compassion. Initially, this can be disruptive and awkward, but gradually it refines your sensibility and transforms your way of being in the world. A friend is a loved one who awakens your life in order to free the wild possibilities within you. This person is the truest mirror or reflection to your soul. I want to offer that all of this journey of text and story and experience is a refutation in some way to where we started with Rashi's read on it's not good for a person to be alone. Well, if she merits, then yes, but if she doesn't merit, then no. Because I believe that in some way our tradition has set up, even through translating Ezer Kenegdo as a helpmate, has set up a dynamic that is so missing the mark, so terribly missing the mark. Because what we want is not somebody who's going to Elazar ben Padat us, right? Who's just there to be our helpmate, to do for us what the animals couldn't do for Adam, right? Even though, according to the rabbis in the Gemara that I read today, the animals did a lot for Adam. It's just a Talmud. But then, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. It's really gnarly stuff. I don't know. Yeah. They're it's not in the Shalhevet curriculum, but it like in the advanced Gemara track, you might come across this. So, but the point is that the Ezer Kenegdo, I don't think was ever intended to be the one who was there just to fulfill the need of the other, but instead to in some way be a kind of two-way mirror, like to see so that they could also be seen, because giving and receiving love is essential, and it helps us experience the world differently, and it awakens us to the possibilities within ourselves and also within each other. And as Martin Buber says, the I only truly becomes truly itself in relation to the thou. If you don't have that level of grandness in relationship, then you yourself can't be great, right? So I want to ask you in our last couple of minutes to reflect on this idea of real chavruta in the world. Is this attainable? Is it something you have touched in your life? Have you had a moment where another can see your nikudah pnimit, can see your inner self, and you feeling that scene respond differently and love differently and share differently and speak and write and create more brilliantly as a result of it? Where does this land for you? Because I'll tell you that on this night of preparation for Revelation, if part of what we can do is awaken ourselves to realize those revelations that have happened within us, but we kind of have quashed or gotten busy and papered over, that would be a really beautiful way to celebrate this night. So tell me, what do you think? Yes.
I read the Rashi very different. I read it the same as the curse in the last piece, and they all say the same thing to me, that Eve was brought forward to Adam not to say, oh, is she good, but you get rid of her, but to be a counterpoint, and that He'll push her. And in the end, this curse that was given turns out to be all this good stuff. You know, there's this point and counterpoint of a relationship that throughout all of them was, I don't know, I immediately my brain went there. So I thought it was quite lovely, the flow through, but maybe I was wrong the whole time.
I don't know that you're wrong. I don't know that you're wrong. I mean, I love I love the idea that only positive that even Rashi is suggesting that the purpose of this Ezer Kenegdo is actually to do this hard work of like deeply investing and engaging in that relationship and seeing him fully so that he can be fully seen in the world. Yeah, I'll tell you. There's a midrash that I talk about all the time, and I wrote about it in my book, and it's that beautiful midrash from the end of the sixth day of creation, right before the first Shabbat. But it's the first day of Adam and Eve's life, so they're seeing darkness for the first time. And many of you have heard me share this many times, but the sun starts to go down, and I imagine at first it's really beautiful, and then it starts to get really scary. And when it gets scary, Adam starts to cry. And then he starts to scream and wail. And he's utterly terrified. And he does the two things that we do when the darkness comes, which is, one, he catastrophizes. He says, like, this, you know, the world's going to go back to tohu vavohu. It's going to, like, the whole world is over. I'm a catastrophizer. The whole world is over. We'll never have light again. And he blames himself. He says, like, this is my fault. What did I do? What did I do wrong? I must have brought this on somehow. And so he does those two things. And then Eve just walks over to him and says, it says in the Midrash, she sits keneged across from him. It's the same exact language. And do you remember what she does? So, what? She just sits with him and just cries with him and holds him, and they just cry together throughout the night. And then the dawn comes up, right? And so there is this, so I feel like that's more true than even this Rashi is to what an Ezer Kenegdo is. Like, she's opposite him. She's able to see him in his fear. And she never says to him, you know, don't be crazy. Of course the whole world's not going back to null and void. Or, yeah, this is your fault. Why did you do that? Like, no, all that stuff with the animals. No, she doesn't do that. Instead, no, what she does is she just cries with him because she doesn't know. It could be that they'll never be mourning again, and it could be that it is his fault. It doesn't matter. She's just going to do what she can do, which is sit across from him and just witness his pain. There's a beautiful Parker Palmer, which I thought I brought, but I think I did not, about how the greatest human urge. I might have it right here. It's so good. Here's the deal, he says. The human soul does not want to be advised or fixed or saved. It simply wants to be witnessed, to be seen, heard, companioned, exactly as it is. When we make that kind of deep bow to the soul of a suffering person, our respect reinforces the soul's healing resources, the only resources that can help the sufferer make it through. So this is like, these are both models of the same kind of love. One, I bow to the brokenness in your soul. I see you fully. I see your pain, and I'm not running away, even though, believe me, I'm scared. And two, this is not the best of you. You running away from those rabbis and telling everyone how they cursed you, there's something else for you to learn here. And maybe Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai doesn't even know the truth of what they meant. Or maybe he knows that they hate him. We don't know. But he's not concerned about those other two rabbis. He's concerned about the one rabbi he loves, his son. And so he says, look, you can choose to walk through the world seeing everything as a curse, or you can choose to see the blessings. Let me teach you how to find the blessings. Let me teach you how even from the people that have caused us pain, we can still find blessings. And that is a really powerful model of love, I think. Yeah. I love that so much. Yes, amen to that. I want to challenge one piece of it, which is these rabbis. Yeah, they died when they didn't have the chavruta that they needed. But there's this beautiful teaching that I always think about. That, you know, our rabbis are so deeply concerned with business practices, like having just business practices. And so measuring your scales first thing in the morning and making sure that the gauge is set properly. Your entire integrity as a human being depends on your scales being honest. Because if you don't take the time to do that and zero out your scales, then you're overcharging people throughout the day, and you can never go back and repay that. And so if you have a barrel of coffee beans and you know what one coffee bean weighs, you put it on the scale, and the way that you zero out your scale is with the weight of one bean. But then the rabbis ask, so what happens to that bean afterwards? When you then roll up the wall and open the shop and start selling, you can't just throw that bean back into the bucket, because that bean holds your entire integrity as a human being. That bean, even though you don't need it anymore, will forever be transformed in its essence by the fact that at one moment in time, that morning at 6 a.m., that bean meant absolutely everything in the world. And I think that love is like that too. And I think that real friendship is like that too. And I think that that's how sometimes, even after our loved ones die, we can still hold the sense of being loved because we were loved once. And so on one hand, Rabbi Yochanan couldn't. He could, I don't know why. These guys had, they had so much sophistication, intellectual sophistication, and they had this kind of limitation where they just couldn't break through here. Why could this healer not heal this one person whom he loved more than anyone in the world? I think they were wrong. I mean, I think that you can survive. I think you can survive that because you're never the same again once you've been loved like that. I'm feeling the urge to do an Esther Perel exercise here for one moment, so forgive me, but I'm just going to ask you to close your eyes for a moment. Let's just try this. And I want to ask you if you feel that you have ever in your life had that kind of love, and I don't mean romantic partner, marriage partner, I don't mean that. I mean, if you have been seen in this world, if you have seen another in this world, if you resonate to the language of the Anam Kara, that this is a kind of depth of soul connection, I just want to ask if you'll raise your hand where you are, if you've had that. And what a blessing. And for those who didn't raise your hands, you can put your hands down now. For those who didn't raise your hands, I bless you that you find that. I bless you that in this world of so much violence and so much hatred and so much dehumanization, that we're able to make humans more human. That we're able to actually do the most human thing of all, which is to love and be loved. And that requires a certain measure of vulnerability, a certain measure of challenge. It's not being passive. Love is not passive. It means taking risks. It means being willing to see the world through someone else's eyes, and also not stopping there, but trying to help them see the world through even bigger and more beautiful eyes. I hope that we can do that, because I think that what Parker Palmer wrote what John O'Donohue is right about this. When we're able to do that, something fundamentally changes in us, which changes the way we walk through the world. And I think that each of us needs to walk through the world with more tenderness and compassion right now. As the world gets harder, we need to get softer. And if we all put the highest virtue on that kind of love, we could create circles of tenderness and care. And you can't tell me that won't have an effect in the world. In the meantime, amen to your point about community. And as each of us searches for our anamkara, for our friend or loved one or parent or child or sibling or something, we can find pieces of that with each other. And so amen to coming together tonight and again after this. And I hope you all have a beautiful and meaningful Shavuot. Chag Sameach.
Yasher Koach, Rabbi Brous. Just going to give folks a sense of what's on the schedule. You ended exactly on time. Kol hakavod. At 10:30, in 15 minutes, we have 4 more opportunities for learning. Right here in this room with Rabbi Artson, Living, Learning, Becoming Together in Edelson Hall is the Learn from Chavruta, Art as a Bridge to Healing. Ice cream making that Rabbi Schatz talked about earlier, that's in Hirsch Hall, and the Beit Midrash track continues in Pilch. That's in 15 minutes. Chag Sameach. Hey.
For folks who are still here, I have one more announcement that I want to share really quickly before we leave the room. I think that before Yontif, some people heard about what happened in Boulder, Colorado. Sorry, folks, I should have said this before we broke, but I know very little of what happened in Boulder, but I understand that there was a kind of firebomb attack on a group of people who were marking the passage of time with the hostages still in Gaza, and many people were injured, and some very severely, including one Holocaust survivor I heard. I want to share that that Mayor Bass, Jacqueline Hamilton, is here and works with Mayor Bass, and shared that she is deeply sending her blessings and prayers for healing to our Jewish community, and she will be gathering with Jewish leaders on the other side of Yontif so that we can come together and think about how we can make truly a safe environment for not only for our Jewish community but for all of us. And so we're really grateful for her support, especially in this time, and really praying for everybody's healing, refuah shlema, and for safety and for peace. Thank you. I wish we had talked before. Yeah. You're totally right, of course. Right, but I didn't want to interject. No, you're right. And we just ran out of time, so it's beautiful. Yes, yeah, exactly. Beautiful. Oh, great. Who are you? Great.
No. Oh. Just allergy stuff. But. I would love to, not this summer. I've got too much going on. After the holidays.
After the holidays?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd love to do that.
Good.
I just want to tell you, I'm really happy you and Jacob both are really inspiring all the time. I mean, the other day I tried to tell you because you know what? Sometimes, and I wrote you something because I felt you may misunderstand me. Sometimes I'm in pain, so it's really hard for me to just say what I said. The other day I said, you know what? I always, more than everyone else, the most important thing is our patience. Patience and whatever goes on, the perspective is so beautiful. Your son and even the, what's the name? Ezra. I mean, both of them, Natan, all of them. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry about that. I felt really bad. Thanks. Thanks so much. You're amazing. Jackson.
Hey, how are you? Oh, the inner dialogue? How was it? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad. Who facilitated you? What? No. I believe you. Okay. Great. I'm so glad to hear it. I'm so glad to be part of it. So great. Good. Yeah, exactly. Not a given these days.
What's the actual due date? I'm gonna also run to make sure people know. You know, I'm that guy.
Eat it.
Yeah. It was super interesting. The money, the part that scares me the most is that the guys who are in the helm are in it for the money. And like it's so I met amazing people who were like, and there were a couple of people there like sitting there from Israel and trying to hold it. And they were like what Cindy said was so interesting that she's like, we need really strong protections and legislation on this, but you guys are moving too fast. You're moving faster than the legislation can possibly move. And as I all do, the legislators are bad guys too now. And so like how do you this is really dangerous stuff. And there are like I talked to some really good guys who are involved in it and I'm like heartened that you're united and you're hard and you can see what I see. It's not just the one guy's the guy he's one of the biggest podcasters and he runs he's the he's like maybe outside and he said to the call centers. And that's incredible. Like, everything's faster, smarter, better. Like, when you call and you say, I need humans, technology's smarter than humans. What about those tens of thousands of humans? What do they do? And when they said to me, like, I kept pushing them on this, like, this was my thing to them. It's too fast. It's too fast. And what they kept saying was, look, every revolution led to, like people lost jobs and then they had to find new jobs. Like there was a massive pivot. Yeah, I know. And what about these poor people? And then they showed me, like as I was saying, my biggest concern is that it's set up right now so that people of extreme wealth, like already billions, will become trillionaires. And people who are poor will get poor. And what they said is, actually, this is true, but this is not true. What they're showing is that this is actually going to go, like right now what they're seeing already is that the use of the technology some of, like, for example, some of these people, Paris could never see a doctor. Now they have it. It's going to go up. Yeah. Trillions. Like they will never in their lifetime spend. And they said, like, they're hoping some of those education sessions. I would like to see, but I will tell you that they were like, this is going to free up 85% of your job, 90% of your job, and think of what you can do instead. Like, we're going to become Renaissance men. Drinking wine and reading poetry, and I'm like, I don't want to be replaced. Like, even someone said to me, but imagine if you spend almost your Friday instead of writing a sermon, going to the hospital and you're sick because AI just wrote a sermon. I know. And also, the main takeaway was it's happening. It's happening. And we cannot stop it by being scared of it. And so, like, what I do believe is we have to get really smart, really fast about regulation because they are white. They're going to, like, I mean, the number is literally and then what happens? Like, are we not? And I said to my speech was essentially, I'm trying to get Natalia. And someone was saying, Natalia has a matrix that they do for investigators. I'm like, I need to question matrix. Will this lead to more driving or more children? Will this lead? So I'm going to make an annoying announcement.
Well, only if you're not staying. Rabbi Arson's gonna start in 4 minutes. So if you're staying in this room, move in, just like we did for Rabbi Brous, come on in. And if you're going to a different session, do that now, because we're gonna start here in 4 minutes.
Yes, you were. You know the difference between an Orthodox and a conservative kippah? No, I really need to focus.
Send me the report of the budget. The 2027. I'll send it to you once I get it. Yeah.
Or just get a cookie.
I know.
That was great.
It's white.
You enjoyed the animals a little too much, but that was really good.
I sent it to David on the plane because we weren't sitting together. I'm like, you're not going to believe what I just read. Like, I'd heard about it, but I never actually.
I know. Like, oh my God. Think of the mind that, like, thinks of that.
Because that's not about Adam, that's about them.
But I love he's the vintage LA rabbi, like his own look.
Oh, but he's also friendly and wounded. I mean,
We all are. All right, go get your cookies.
I'll be right back.
Get your cookies. There's a lot of exciting food downstairs. Which, by the way, is not true at every synagogue. You can either have comfortable seats or you can bring food into the sanctuary. It's one of the two. Right, because they have comfortable seats. Right. I go to a shul where they have no comfortable seats, so you can bring food in. One or the other. If they have a carpet in the new building, I'm done. No carpet in the new building. Okay, my friends, I think we are going to start. So the first thing I wanted to ask for is for volunteers to help with the sacred task, thank you, of handing out the literature. It is great to see so many of you here to celebrate this holiday. I want to apologize in advance for my dicey voice. I've had some allergy stuff all week long. I feel better than I sound. I know I sound god-awful. So here's what I want us to think about, building on Rabbi Brause's wonderful teachings. Chavruta is something people make a very big deal out of in the rabbinic world. It turns out it has somewhat of a mixed reputation. Right? So don't believe the rabbis who tell you that Chavruta is the ideal for studying. That is not the case. There are plenty of rabbis in the Talmud who can't study in Chavruta. They need to study by themselves. I'm one of those people. I love Chavruta. It's a great way to schmooze. It's a great way to talk. It's a great way to do a lot of things. But then I have to sit and actually learn the stuff all by myself afterwards. So let's just keep that to ourselves when Rabbi Brause comes back with her cookie. That's just between us. But here's what I want to suggest is really liberating and shocking about Chavruta. American culture assumes a kind of Valentine's Day ideal about romantic love. Your eyes are supposed to lock across a crowded room. Your heart goes pitter-pat. You are swept off your feet. And then, madly in love, you and Prince Charming ride off into the sunset. And nobody ever tells you how the two of them woke up the next morning, what his breath smelt like. The woman had been lying in a glass-plated tomb for at least a week. Can you imagine what that was like to wake up to? Right? And then somebody had to make breakfast, and the short little guys weren't around to do the kitchen work anymore. But the movies are done at that point. And so we are told to put this incredible pressure on this one person who has to be our sun and our moon, the everything of our life. Now, it's a little awkward for me to be the one to tell you that, because I did happen to find that person who's in the room, and so I just want to be very clear, very unambiguous about this, but I realize for most people it's just more complicated. And what I think this can offer to us, what I want us to learn Chavrut about tonight, is the idea that you can have more than one your person. We can have our person for this kind of conversation, our person for that kind of activity, our person for something else, right? That the unbearable pressure that the one person you dump everything on, you share everything with, and they are expected to respond in a transparent way that's always appropriate and not always what you want them to respond with, but always for the best. Well, that may be asking a little much. So let's just look for a moment, setting family values aside, at biblical and rabbinic culture. What is the primary relationship in the Bible or in Mishnah Talmud? What is the person's primary connection? Thank you, God. Which, notice in the last class, not that I want to compare, when we talked about intimate relations, that wasn't on the list. Because we automatically go to the human plane, but a big part of what Judaism is saying is one of the things that makes God's job description so vital is you're asking too much of a human person. You actually should be thoughtful about what thoughts you share with your destined partner, because not everything you think is going to be something they're going to want to walk around holding for the rest of their lives. Right? That's what God is for. Right? And so I want to put that on the Chavruta list. Having someone you can talk to night and day, say anything to, and in part because they already knew it, they're fine with it. Actually, not fine with it. God has a bit of an anger management issue that I think we've all been trying to help with over the years. I do see some hints of progress. But God is one of those people in our lives. And then the rabbis ask, who else? Who else of the great figures of the Bible, other than God, what are their other primary connections? Pardon me? Spouses. So can you name a biblical figure that shares significant internal information with a spouse? Sarah. Who shares with Sarah? What does she share with Abraham? She has pain about not having a child. And what's Abraham's response? He sleeps with her maidservant. Lucky guy. The patriarchs don't turn to the matriarchs for their primary emotional sustenance. Okay, fair enough. So the claim here is we are rarely privy to their inner life. But we are very privy to David's inner life. Does he turn to his spouse to share that journey? No. No. The rabbis, you just heard from Rabbi Braus, one of the classic stories of rabbinic chevruta, right? He marries off his sister to his chevruta. We don't know how she felt about this, right? And he did that as a way to cement his relationship with his chaver. So that may not be a norm we want to replicate, but I do think that what we do want to give ourselves permission for is the American romantic notion of intimacy has to be exclusively with your partner is poisonous. I don't think it's a coincidence in this culture that makes that demand normative about marriage that so many marriages break up. I would hypothesize the marriages are actually better than they think they are. But what they expect marriages to be is so extraordinarily brittle and impossible to attain that they keep thinking their marriage is broken. Right? In Fiddler on the Roof, Goldie did not have that problem. Right? We're raising the kids, we've put away the chickens for the night, roll over and go to sleep. So let's look at the idea that intimacy comes from places we don't expect. And that's okay. If you walk away from this shiur with any lesson, that's what I want you to walk away with. What Rabbi Braus said about the need to be seen is absolutely, fundamentally vital to being human. It's just that, other than God, everyone is going to get pictures of it. How many times have you talked to or been a child at a parent's funeral, and the child who is grieving is shocked by what other people are saying about their deceased parent? Right? When my father died, people said things about my dad I had no idea. It turns out he had other relations. Right? So that, I want to give us permission, because what Chevruta opens up to us is the liberating idea that each relationship comes with its own criteria. And English destroys that because we come up with a term for it. Ilana is my wife. That means that she and all wives should be compared by the same yardstick. But of course, if instead of using husband and wife, you said Brad and Ilana, well, then that's incomparable. That's us too working out what it means to share a life. Labels end up crushing us in the weight of their artificial expectation. So let's take a look at some of these texts about what Chevruta offers us in terms of intimacy in terms of making room for our own distinctiveness, in terms of not reducing to some abstraction. Someone want to read the first one? I've given it to you in Hebrew and in English. Great, go ahead. Nice.
The Lord said to Moses, "Acquire for yourself Joshua, the son of Nun." The word acquire here implies acquisition at much cost, for a companion is acquired after difficulties upon difficulties. Hence, say the sages, a person should acquire a companion for everything, for reading scripture together, reciting Mishnah together, eating together, drinking together, and disclosing all one's success together.
All one's secrets together. Wonderful, thank you. All right, so take a look. The italics is the biblical quote, right? We're told, excuse me, to acquire for yourself Joshua, son of Nun. And the rabbis notice that, yes. Yes. No. What I can offer you is if you're sitting next to someone who also has a sheet of paper, then if one of you could share it with someone in the Mizzy section, that would be great. And you should definitely talk to the management about how many copies they made. But we can read it out loud again. So the book of Numbers says to Moses that he should acquire Joshua, son of Nun, and that's an odd thing to use as a phrase for your new chaver. Why acquire? And the answer that they give is that it's not easy, that this acquisition is at great cost. So let's start with what is the cost of chavruta? What is the cost of acquiring a chaver? In your own lives, what's the cost? Yeah. Time, right? So time with a chaver is time you're not spending with other obligations in your life, and that puts a limit to how many you can have, right? What else? Yeah. Giving of yourself, right? It can't just be about what you get out of it. You have to be able to be sharing to keep this relationship going. You had something? Trust. Right, because if you're expecting to be blown away every time you share something, you're not going to do that. So there has to be a level of trust. Yes? Pardon me? Say it again.
Emotional investment.
Emotional investment. Yeah, did you notice on that list that it talks not only about reading Mishnah together, reading Torah together, but it says share all your secrets? Like, that's kind of surprising how that got on the same list, right? But this is not a transactional thing, right? If you want to make someone a chaver, it can't just be, I'll give you this, you give me that. There has to be something that is really emotionally open and mutual.
I would say ego.
What about ego?
You have to give up or reduce your ego so that you can truly listen and learn sometimes. It's a way of almost compassionate listening. Being willing to reduce your ego so that you can really hear what your chavruta.
Okay. Great. I never know what people mean by reducing ego, because to some degree, if you're not willing to bring your own distinctive individuality into the relationship, then there's no one there to relate to. So let's say, good. So I love that you talk about compassionate listening, right? And I just want to highlight, compassionate comes from the two Latin terms, com, to share, passio, feelings. That means you have to have feelings that you bring to it. So the notion of ego-free or complete transparent isn't the Jewish ideal. Come with your ego, but an ego that is fed by connection, relationship, right? Yeah, yes. Freedom, great. Chavruta has to take place in freedom. You have to be able to object. You have to be able to say, I'm not going to be busy. You have to be able to say, this isn't working for me at some point. Right? There needs to be freedom at every level to be able to grow as a chaver. Pardon me? You lose some freedom. Yes, as in any committed relationship. Hey, when I tell a joke, you should laugh. There was nothing funny about that, and that wasn't a joke. Compromise. Good. So there is, look, we're all using the language of dynamism and interaction, right? Yes, last comment.
For the younger generation, reducing your interaction with artificial intelligence friends, your cell phone, and other computer-related stuff.
Okay, so our friend No Spring Chicken, he, is claiming that you young people use your technology as a way to distance yourself from other people. Have you ever tried talking to my mother when her phone rings? No. My mother, God bless her, 92 years old. She should live and be well for many, many more years. I don't think there's a teenager in the world who has got a greater barrier between them and the person they're with because of technology. I think that's actually an old people concern about young people. And so here's what I want to say. If Chavruta is about that open dynamic connection, then as is always true, you have a good impulse and you have a bad impulse, and you can twist anything out there in the service of your evil urge. It's not the thing that is evil, it's what you do with it, or how you let it sweep you away. It's not Facebook, it's not the internet, it's not even artificial intelligence. Frankly, some of my best friends seem to have mostly an artificial intelligence. Okay, let's take a look at the next one. Oh, wait, sorry, I do want to say one other thing. Look at what it lays out for us, that what you do with the companion is read scripture together, recite Mishnah together, eat together, drink together, disclose all your secrets. I want to highlight the middle part of that, right? Everyone who's seen Fiddler on the Roof knows that rabbinical students shuckle in the same table with big books in front of them. That's easy, right? I actually run a rabbinical school where they now shuckle in front of open computer screens, which is a little more confusing. And then every now and then when they're doing that, I walk behind them and I see what's on the computer screen, and that can be very shocking. Okay, and the sharing secrets, that's kind of obvious too. But what's the middle part? You should be eating and drinking together. What's that? That's the building block of relationship. For God's sake, you can't always work on relationships by working on relationships. Sometimes you just gotta live together, right? So have a meal and let it just be a meal, right? Go for a walk, do something entertaining, something fun. Sometimes that's what life is built out of, right? And so this idea of Chavruta here is not always about thinking deep thoughts or memorizing scripture or plumbing the depths of your own inner life that you've never revealed before. Sometimes it's just pastrami. I translated that into Ashkenazic for those of you who need that. Okay, the next one was already quoted by our rabbi, O Chavruta O Mituta, either companionship or death. What does that phrase remind you of? Great. I don't know how they teach this anywhere outside the United States, because this always strikes me as the equivalent of Patrick Henry, right? And I also think it says something deep about our two cultures. That American culture, by and large, prioritizes abstract ideals over actual lives. We do that all the time. Our society has made a slaughterhouse out of prioritizing abstract ideals and not letting actual people get in the way of that. And this is saying the opposite. This is, if I can't have human connections, I'm as good as dead. That's not a life. And I want to be clear that that Chavruta does not require constant physical presence of other people. All right, so I've referred to her before in this talk, but I'll say it again. There's not a moment in my life when I don't know exactly how my mother feels about what's happening to me, or what she would say if she were standing right here, as she would have a lot, by the way, to say about what I just told you guys. Right? I'm in a constant chavruta with my mother, even though she lives in San Francisco. Right? My father died 3 years ago. He and I are in an endless chavruta together. Right? I've been with Alana long enough. I do not need to ask her what she thinks of something. I know exactly what she thinks of it and what she's going to say to try to throw me off the scent. And I know that about my kids, too. It turns out being alive is being in a web of intimacies. There is no such thing as a solitary person. Right? At no point in your existence are you ever alone, ever. Before you are born, you're used to certain voices. You're used to certain foods, certain rhythms, certain times of life. That continues throughout your entire lifetime. At no point are you ever yourself in opposition to the world. The world flows through you, right? And so O Chavruta O Mituta is, in a sense, the Jewish answer. You do not prioritize ideas over people. The only reality are the people. And ideas are true only to the degree that they make the people more visible, more present, more real. But it's a stunning inversion. Okay, someone want to read the line from Bava Kama? That was not really a request.
There's a proverb. If you lift the burden, I will help lift it. If not, I will not.
Great. What is the point of that proverb? If you lift it, I will help lift it. If not, not. What's that saying? Yeah, Brian.
So at summer camp, there was a song that we used to sing during Havdalah, which had a very similar effect. Don't walk in front of me, I may not follow. Don't walk behind me, I may not lead. Just walk beside me and be my friend, and together we will walk in the path of Hashem. I feel like that's what it's getting at. Chavruta, or in this case, just any struggle, is, at the risk of stating what I think might be your conclusion, a process. Since we talked about dynamism earlier, it is two people working together, sharing an energy toward a particular goal.
Beautiful. Wonderful. Right? So this dynamism, this process, isn't instead of your putting in effort. Right? Your haver doesn't make your burden go away. Your haver does know what feels burdensome to you. Your haver does say, when you get yourself ready to lift that burden, you won't have to do it alone. I'll be there with you. I'll help you lift that burden. But if I were to say, you sit back, I'll take care of it, then it turns out that's the opposite of Chavruta. That's not helping you grow. That's not helping you realize you can face what you need to face. The point is, you can do this, and you won't be by yourself when you have to. Right?
I would think it also means if you model by doing something, rather than, you model it by actually taking an action. That is more important. If you lift it, then I will lift it. But if you just don't lift it, and you're just talking or whatever, it's not a good example. I'm not going to respond in a very positive way. I want to see what you do. And then that modeling is more important to me, almost. And I want to see where you go, how much authenticity is in your communication. And when you're authentic, then I can be authentic.
Great. I love that. And yes?
Isn't this also God? If I go for a burden, if I'm, expressing or wanting to do something, that God will be there as my Havruta at that point too.
Beautiful. So if God can be one of our Havrutot, if God can be a Chaver for us, then God also isn't stepping in so that you don't have to do the work. Right? And that we see throughout our sacred literature, right? God will help you face the burdens you have to face, but God's going to work through you. So it's not you sitting back and saying, go ahead, God, I'll let you handle this one, right? It's, roll up your sleeves and get ready for God and you to do something extraordinary. Yeah. Okay, next one. One that walks with the wise shall be wise, it says in the book of Proverbs. A parable. When a person walks into a spice vendor's shop, even if nothing is sold or purchased, nevertheless, upon leaving, that person and garments will exude a fragrant aroma, and the fragrance will not leave the entire day. But one that walks with fools shall smart for it. Parable. When a person walks into a tanner's shop, even if nothing is sold or purchased, nevertheless, when the person leaves, the person and garments will reek with stench, and the vile odor will not leave the entire day. What does that piquant little simile here tell us about the nature of Chavruta?
It's sort of like, be careful of the company you keep.
Great. Be careful of the company you keep, right? Because humans, their emotions, their moods are contagious, right? And so I assume I'm not the only one in the room who has experienced that. If you hang out with someone who will always snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, you walk around being that same disgruntled Muppet that I've become. And I know who I blame. Right? Yeah.
I think there's a flip side of that, though, in that you also impact the person who you are studying with or in relationship with. So if the other person is Amharitz, you have the opportunity to raise them up as well. So how much are you willing to put yourself at risk and risk taking on their negative energy if you're going to bring that positive energy?
Right? This guy should be a rabbi. Right? So one of the things about Chavruta is it can involve the conscious choice to take on someone's negativity. That can be a gift that a chaver gives to a chaver. Right? I know you're going through a really hard time. I know you've been really battered, and at this point in your life, you can only see through the wounds. And knowing that, I'm going to enter and I'm going to stand with you. And the degree of protection that I offer myself is I'm aware of what's holding you back right now. And so I'm going to enter in not for a mugging, but I know what I'm standing in. And I'm going to give you the resilience to help you lift yourself using my energy. Right? And I really believe that's true. I really do believe that we have energy that we give out, and that mindfulness is the tool to not simply be buffeted by the energy people dump on you. But it's not easy, right? You have to, as you're feeling the undertow, ask yourself, what's doing this? Why am I feeling I'm about to be swept away? And then that mindfulness gives you the capacity to say, I get it, and I don't have to give in to it. But I need to be able to stand in a place of sympathy. I need to be able to it's not a matter of judging, right? I know why you, pathetic person, are feeling this terrible right now. It's really, I get it. If I were going through what you're going through, I would be feeling that too, right? And I would be relying on someone who cared for me enough to hold out a hand to let me know that even in my feeling abandoned, deserted, drowning, there is someone standing with me, someone who will help me get upright again, right? Okay, so you walk into a scented place, you're going to come out smelling like the scents, right? And if you go into a stinky place, you're going to come out stinking, right? But what if the secret to that then is not to avoid those places, it's to be deliberate, to determine when the moment calls for it, right? There are times in the life of the people around you where the only thing you can do is enter into their brokenness and be their borrowed strength, right? That's Chevruta also. Okay.
Could I, over here?
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about something else. As the example that you gave about the scent and so on, what about laughter? When you tell a joke or someone tells a joke, and it's truly funny, the whole room, a couple of people start to laugh, and then laughter sometimes is contagious. So I'm thinking in terms of, if I have to say, I mean, what you were just saying sounds kind of dismal. So I'm thinking in terms of the other side of it.
Great.
To talk about laughter.
So the contagion, excuse me, the contagion is not only the desperate feelings, the sense of an undertow. You're right. We can use tools to unify the room, right? One of those is humor. Rabbi gets up in front of you, says something you did not expect to hear from the rabbi. There's that beautiful crackling moment of silence and then laughter, right? And suddenly the whole room is one. The other way that happens routinely is music, right? So my son, No, I've always thought that Betham had some feelings towards me. Wow, that was biblical. So, thank you, appreciate that. I am so wounded now. Right? So humor brings us together, so does music. Right? One of the powerful tools is that, if you think about it, the human mind is rare in its ability to do this kind of Vulcan mind meld, right? That if someone is playing a tune, you and they are processing the same sensations and the same feelings. Right? And that's, I think, why it's so powerful during a worship service when the music is really getting you out of your chair and up and standing and moving, and the whole room is moving to that music. We become one. And that in itself is an extraordinary gift, a kind of chavruta of the whole. Right? That's everyone together. Other thoughts about this? Otherwise, we're going to move on. Okay. In the days of Rebbe Chia the elder, a starling came up from the land of Israel. Some people brought it to him and said, "Can we eat it?" That just shows our people's beautiful appreciation of ornithology throughout the ages. Oh, look, a species that has never been in our land before. Do you fricassee it? He replied, "Go and place it on a roof, and any bird that comes to rest near to it will be of its kind." So they went and placed it on the roof, and an Egyptian raven came and rested next to it. And seeing that, Rebbe Chia said, "The starling is not kosher, because it belongs to a species of the raven, and that we all know is prohibited by a verse in Leviticus." Hence the popular proverb, "The raven went to the starling only because it is of its own kind." This proverb, by the way, is not often heard in Beverly Hills, but I'm thinking we should bring it back. Okay, so, and by the way, for those of you who are on this warpath that AI and technology is the problem, this is the kind of stuff that happens in a society to have enough entertainment. Right? Okay, so what's going on with that raven? What is the point of this raven story? Birds of a feather. See, there is such a proverb. Correct, right? So if you don't know what it is you're looking at, check out what it associates with. And that is a way to figure it out. Right? So I don't know what this bird is, but I'm going to watch the birds that hang with it. That feels to me like a brilliant metaphor for so many things that happen in life. I'm not really sure what that exchange just meant. But can I associate? What does that remind me of? What does that look like? Have I ever had a similar feeling with an encounter before? Can I go with that association? This is a statement, one second, about trusting a kind of broader social intuition in which like helps illustrate what's going on, even if you can't categorize it, right? But I also want to say there's an interesting kind of objectification that happens here, right? I don't know what this bird is, but I'm going to define it by the birds that hang out with it. And haven't we all experienced that in our lives too? Where we get defined by who we hang out with, and there are people who will take a look and say, "I don't want to hang with you because you're that kind of person. You're the person these people hang with." When I went from grade school to high school, I had a friend who said, "This is our chance to reinvent ourselves." Like, they don't know what 8th grade Brad was like, so 9th grade Brad can be totally different, right? And life does occasionally present you with, I'm not going to hang out with the same birds that were hanging out with me before, right? Yes?
I would look around to see who my boyfriend's friends were and how they treated other people, because he was treating me great because he was so this way I could see what really was going on, how he treated other people and how other people treated him. Then I knew who I was really.
Wonderful. So you all heard that, right? So that, by the way, is an interesting piece of Talmudic logic. You can tell the validity of an argument by the points that they weren't relying on, right? The points that they were not core to what their main point was, you can trust those side statements. Same idea. So you watch someone and you see how are they in relationships that aren't the ones where they're after your intellect, your personality, your presence. I'm sure that's what you meant. Other thoughts? Yeah.
I mean, when you observe people, maybe when you're getting microphone, when you're getting to know them, like how if you're out with somebody and you've just met them, and how they treat the waiter or the person who's, not maybe they think is on their level, and I think those kind of signs can tell you when someone's not like being on their best behavior, maybe to impress you or something.
Good. So part of it is not watching how they treat the people who they look up to for legitimate or social reasons, but the people who they think should be subservient, right? And that does tell you a lot about somebody, right? Other comments about these birds? Yeah, sir.
I think this also speaks to me in that sometimes you feel drawn to certain people for certain things and you don't know why. And you should kind of look at the other person. And I think it cuts both ways, right? I think sometimes you think positively of them, and that means that their ideals you can aspire to. But then I think also sometimes if you see something in them that doesn't quite sit right with you, then maybe you're projecting a little bit. And so I think of the internal starling going to another raven and just kind of figuring out from there what you're really looking at, both good and bad.
Great. Yeah, go ahead.
Rabbi Tuishkin, in his book Jewish Values, has one of the values is about exactly what you were saying. If you want to get a sense of who somebody is, see how they treat a waiter or a waitress at a restaurant on a first date, and it sources back to when Eliezer is going to find a partner for Yitzchak, and Eliezer, prays to God, asking that may this person not only be somebody that's good to me, but also to my camels. And when he encounters Rivka, the first thing she does is she brings water for the camels, which we take for granted nowadays with modern day plumbing, but that was a big task to undertake, carrying a lot back and forth. And that was the first sign that he had that this was the, God willing, the second matriarch of our people. So,
great, thank you. Good points.
Do you know? I wonder if you know, or if anyone here knows, if the starling actually is related to the raven, or was it just a? They're not.
They're not particularly close.
I mean, that's even more interesting, right? Like there's something.
Right. So. Look, what I want to point out for those of you who are concerned about such thing is that no actual birds were used in the formation of this story. Like most things most rabbis say, it may or may not be connected to reality, but it certainly happened in some rabbi's head. Present company not counting. So, right, so, no, starlings are not related to ravens, which makes the story even weirder, doesn't it? Right? But really interesting. They're trying to make a point. I'm assuming that their audience in this story, this is Midrash Mishlei, so it's like 9th century, right? And they're still primarily agrarian. They have not yet gone urban on us. So these are people who know the local birds and the local bird migrations. The land of Israel is part of a huge bird migration from Africa through to Europe and Asia. They know the difference between a raven. Y'all know ravens because they live around here too, right? And starlings are quite different. But what they're willing to listen to, and so I'm going to just say something homiletic. This may not be worth much. Maybe if the raven and the starling feel a bond, that's something to take seriously, right? The goal is not to talk the raven out of the starling, but to say the raven has picked up on something that we hadn't noticed in our system of making categories. And isn't that often true of, the kinds of friendships we have? Or look at how people in the romantic choices will often have an objective list of categories that ends up having to do in no way with the actual person they end up choosing. Maybe this is a story about your Havruta has the capacity to surprise you. You may feel yourself drawn to someone who you have no idea why you're drawn to this person, but maybe we should trust that. Homiletical move, worth what you paid for.
There's a real danger. I find the danger is that you're assuming, you make an awful lot of assumptions about this individual just because he happens to be, the starling the ravens happen to be drawn to the starling, whereas this starling might be incredible. Maybe the starling really is kosher, but you're judging it based on his association rather than looking at the individual starling itself.
Correct. Good point. Thank you for the concern. That is a reasonable concern, as it is in the other direction as well. Right? Meaning, starlings who consistently hang out with ravens, you gotta think it means something. Right? So, and by the way, the starling doesn't want to be kosher. I want to be very clear about that. Years ago, I went out with a women's group at my synagogue in Orange County, and we went to the local Coco's, and they had a special on shrimp. And the waitress had this big bumper sticker thing on her chest. It's not called a bumper sticker when a person wears it. She had this whatever that thing was, and it said, "I like shrimp." And I asked if I could have it. And the people I was with went bananas, like, "You can't wear that, you're a rabbi." And I said, "People who like shrimp don't fry them and eat them. I'm the only one in this restaurant who is a genuine friend of shrimp." Right? Can we continue? Yes.
We really think the dove is so amazing, comes back with the olive branch, and how do we reward it? We eat it.
Right. The dove is so wonderful that we continue to sacrifice it on the altar, whereas the raven is flying out there saying, "See ya, sucker." Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to continue with some text for a moment. One who joins to those who commit transgressions, though not doing what they do, will nevertheless receive punishment as one of them. Talk to me about that.
If you lie with dogs, you wake up with fleas. Same thing with like the tannery and absorbing the unpleasant odor from the tannery.
Okay. So you are in some ways part of an activity even if you don't personally participate in it. Right? Is that true? Are you an accessory to the crime? Yeah.
I remember reading a story that struck me because someone had driven his friends to a store and then they ended up robbing the store and then they came back and then he drove them home and then he was the getaway driver, and it was like because he had driven them there and driven them home, he was charged with the entire crime. So I definitely believe that in normal American law, this definitely still applies. And, I'm sure many of us have situations where something like that, not exactly driving someone to, but you're with a group of people and suddenly the whole group is targeted as once. I mean, I think we're worried about that all the time in these days.
Great. So we do get targeted by the labels of choices the people we hang out with make, right? Sometimes legitimately and sometimes not legitimately. What do you do? What does that have to do with Chavruta? Anything? Yeah.
If to be a companion, and Rabbi Brau spoke about this too, means you sometimes sit with someone and do nothing, if you are with someone who is doing something that is unkind or illegal in some way, it's hard to tell whether doing nothing, just being with them, in fact, you're colluding or otherwise encouraging.
Sure. So we can all come up with examples in our minds where knowing what someone either has done or intends to do and doing nothing is a kind of guilt, right? If I'm an educator, right, I have a legal obligation. If someone tells me that they are intending to harm themselves, I legally have to report that, right? If someone tells me that they've been harassed or abused, I legally have to report that. Right? And that represents the law's moral judgment, that there are some places where you cannot sit silently by. Right? Maybe that's partly what this is saying too. Anyone who hasn't yet spoken, yes.
Someone earlier talked about being in relationship as limiting freedom. Or being in Hevruta, and this text indicates by choosing to enter into the relationship, we become obligated. And someone else talked about the idea of the tanner and visiting the tanner as kind of bringing your sweet-smelling self into the nasty-smelling place as a way of kind of possibly being able to shift that energy. This is the limit case. You can do that. But when that person starts to commit sins, you're now obligated to either help them not do that anymore or to disassociate.
Wonderful. So what Rabbi Timoner is suggesting here is it's not about are you without limits when you're out of relationship, and being in a relationship you suddenly are. It's that the choice to enter in Chavruta changes the parameters of your limits. There are opportunities that become possible only when you're in the context of that kind of a relationship. And there are possibilities that are no longer open to you, right? But isn't that true of everything we choose in life? Right? Everything we choose in life opens some doors and closes some doors, right? And so choosing to be in relationship is saying, I choose for the doors that are going to open, and I do that knowing that that closes some other doors, right? And it feels like a gain, right? So I think that's part of what's being said here. It is absolutely an obligation you take on. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet?
More of a question to the text or of the text. The verb, which is not wrongly translated as joins, one who joins those, it's hamidabek, devek, one who clings or glues themselves to others that are committing, who are doing bad stuff. And I think we could wonder, what is that? What does that say? Is it about desire? Is it about wanting to be? Is it about putting ourselves in situations? And I just want to contemplate the many ways we could understand that verb and apply it to ourselves.
I love that. The idea that we become stuck with other people or stuck to other people. And is that itself an invitation to unstick ourselves when someone does something that becomes a betrayal of what the Chavruta was supposed to be. Right? I can't remain stuck with you. 5 minutes. Okay. Great. So we are at the end of our learning together. I want to close with the final one on the second page. A fellowship and a family are like a pile of stones. When you remove one stone, the pile falls apart. I love that image. We are, each of us, the sum total of all of our connections. And whenever you shift one, the whole pattern shifts. The totality shifts, right? All are connected, each to all, right? And each of us is a unique collection of all those stones, all of those points. It feels to me that Chavruta, properly understood, is a way of building ourselves more expansively, more inclusively. And that if we can step outside of the constricting Western habit of seeing things through labels rather than through actual people, if instead of coming up with a definition of Chavruta, we recognize that each encounter in each moment is the opportunity for something distinctive and unique. And we don't try to define it, we experience it. That person, in that moment, in an unprecedented way, then it's an invitation to infinite growth, that we're always asked to be more than we have been. Trusting that we will take with us everything we need, but that the us we will discover in the context of those relationships will be the one worth taking the journey for. Shalom.
Chag Sameach, everyone. 11:45. We're going strong. How are people feeling? Awake? Ready to learn more Torah, inspired by the Torah we've learned? There's more great Torah in this sanctuary. Yehuda Webster, in Edelson, Rabbi Cantor Chorny with a panel. Downstairs, Rabbi Kligfeld, and in Pilch is Rabbi Chaim Turef with the Beit Midrash track. Grab some food, grab a drink. Chag Sameach. Thank you for your help. Yeah, there you go. Good.
Yes, I just got it. Pardon me? No, I'm Sally. Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Sally Shaw.
Yeah, it's an awkward time. I've missed many of
The time is good. I hope you have tickets for something like that.
All right, next time.
Yeah, exactly. That's sort of how I feel. Comes around and...
Test. Cool. I am. Yes. Okay. Following. If you want to take a peek, I would not be offended if you chose another place. Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. Baruch Hashem. I was just telling Rabbi Browse, he just got married 2 weeks ago. Thank you. That's very exciting. Yeah. I moved here about 3 years ago. Yes, and I just, we love LA. I just could not do another winter.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
I just couldn't do it.
I lived here 10 years.
Okay, bless. Are you just visiting or what's?
I'm on sabbatical.
Oh, okay.
And my sister and my brother both lost their houses. So I am here to be with them.
Wow. I'm sorry. Wow.
They're okay. They're healthy.
Yeah. That's huge. Huge. Wow. Yes. No. You're all good. I mean, it is. We are where we are. Wow. Okay. So how long are you here? Are you doing?
Just 2 weeks.
And how long is the sabbatical? Okay.
And I'm in month 6.
Oh, you're in month 6.
So I've been traveling. I was traveling South America for 4 months.
Wow.
Just like hiking, Patagonia, out all over. But 7 weeks in Patagonia, just hiking nowhere.
Wow.
Also, the hotel in Machu Picchu. Also, just amazing.
Incredible. So cool. Yes. Likewise. Hi. Hanging out here?
Yes, but we're so tired. Shia, nice to meet you.
Hey, how you doing? Diego, Yehuda. Pleasure. Well, yes. You like a handout?
I'd love to.
Sure.
Do we need to share?
We may, but let's see what we get.
Share it out.
Then we'll figure it out. Yes. Sort it out. We might have to share it, but Hi, yes, these are the handouts. If you're looking for a handout, got some more up here. Bless. Looking for a handout. Yes, okay, right on. Okay, hi, Yehuda. Nice to meet you. Sorry, well, if I see it. Okay, purple. Should I turn it in somewhere? What's your name?
It's the her class.
Okay, her class.
Yeah. Hi, thank you. Nice to meet you.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Good evening, Chag Sameach. I know it's late. Chag Sameach. All right, we're still here. We're still here. If you're just joining us, you're looking for a handout, I have some more handouts up here. So you just come up, grab a handout. Yes, you could pass that around, please. So my name is Yehuda Webster. I am a community organizer and spiritual activist. And in this session, no, you can take this one. Yep. And folks, we may need to share. In this session, we will be using the spiritual technology of Chavruta to connect with our ratzon, deep motivations, desires of the soul, and exploring in Chavruta how Chavruta itself, learning in partnership, can support us in cultivating our deep motivations as well as building collective purpose. Now, we'll be using the drawing from the spiritual wisdom and practices of Musar, which the Chavruta technology will facilitate our learning and our practice. Just by show of hands, how many folks here have engaged with Musar before? Okay, so we've got about, half the room. I'll just say one word. Musar is a Jewish spiritual wisdom discipline that's 1,000 years old. It started in the 10th century. And it's all about how do we take out the what they call the duties of the heart and live those as principally as the duties of the limbs in Judaism. How do we actually live with integrity, wholeness, and hopefully holiness, and bridge the gap between our stated values and how we behave and show up in the world, right? We get the values in the Torah to be humble, to be kind, to be generous, and the sages at some point said, well, I'm not kind. I'm not humble. I'm not generous. How do I actually become and live out these values at the highest level? And so today I work for, and I implement the discipline of Musar in the work of justice to help us be more effective in our work. But before we go deeper into using a drawing from the spiritual wisdom and using the technology of Chavruta to clarify what this wisdom tradition speaks to as ratzon, or deep motivations, desires of the soul, I want us to get in touch with a desire. So in Chavruta, we're going to, lightning round, we're going to, in 3 minutes, okay? I want you to share with a partner, introduce yourself, maybe find somebody that you don't know, and share a particular desire that you have. And it could be deep, it could be light and trivial, a desire of the clothes that you're wearing, a show that you like, a book that you're reading, the job that you do, any desire, right? And most importantly, I want you to share in Chavruta from where or what did that desire originate from? Where, who, or what did that desire originate from? Y'all with me? Okay, so you're going to share desire, It could be light, it could be deep, but most of all, where or what or whom did that desire originate from? Okay, 3 minutes. Go. Okay, try to split your time equally. It's okay. If you know them, it's totally fine. Yep. It was just a suggestion to find somebody you didn't know, but it's all good. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Okay, so thank your partner if you didn't get a chance to do so. And I'd love to hear a couple of reflections, just one or two. If you could just share your name. I think we got another mic. I think we got another microphone here. Share your name and what's your desire and where did that desire originate from? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Nino. And I just met Rivka over here. And we actually shared the exact same desire to one another and have kind of a similar background as to why, and that's community. Okay. And it's because both of us lost our mothers and we feel like a sense of like that community or desire for community was lost. So we're rebuilding it in our lives, right?
Wow.
Working on it. Working on it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thanks so much for that. Yes. Thank you. Anybody else like to share? Please. What's your name, desire, and where did it come from?
Okay, so my name is Judy Fryer, and my greatest desire right now is I've just written a book on the Torah. Wow. And I just finished editing it this weekend after 14 years of research.
Wow.
So I really want to get this out, and I've always been a teacher. I've taught all my life, and when I got into Torah, it just was something that I wanted to share with everybody.
Wow.
And what I found, I was just telling this couple that when I tell people I've written a book, and they say, what's it about? They think it's a novel. Or I say, no, it's about the the Bible. If I talk to Christians, they're so interested because they all have read the Old Testament.
Right.
They say, what have you done with it? And I
Right.
talk to Jews, they go, well, I don't know much about it. I'm not sure if I'm interested. And they walk away, and I find it fascinating. So I want to show everyone the excitement of what Torah is here to teach you how to live your life. And my book, I've taken 3 lessons per parsha in the book of Bereshit, of
Wow.
Genesis. 36 lessons that I've developed and with all kinds of resources. And I want to share it. I want to get the excitement that I've gotten.
Yasher koach. And where did that desire come from, do you think?
I think the desire to teach anything that, whenever I found anything that I found exciting, I want to share it. And so it's the desire to share and teach. It's just been a thing I've always had and felt, and so I've now translated it to the Torah.
Wonderful. Love that. Thank you so much. Yasher koach. You have to let us know what that's, what's it going to be called?
Well, I've changed the title. It started I called it Ancient Wisdom for Modern Times, 36 Lessons from the Book of Genesis.
Okay.
But I found that there were some other books that have similar titles, so I'm
Wow.
Torah for Today, 36 Lessons for
Okay. Bless. Wow. Yasher koach. Love that. Thank y'all. Thank you. Anybody else who had a burning desire that they wanted to share? Sure. Okay. Last one.
Shockingly, my chavruta and I also had the same.
Oh my gosh. Well, yes. Yes. I love the synergy.
But I'll share a third one similar to yours, that I have such a deep love of Judaism and Hebrew, and I want to pass that over to my students, almost by any means necessary, snacks, jokes, whatever it takes. But it's, I notice that it's the relationship. They sort of don't care what you're teaching them if they know you love them, So, and where does that come from? I think originally I sort of had a negative motivation, if people want to kill me because I'm Jewish, I better know what that's about. But once I started learning, it really got out of control and snowballed, and I became a Jewish educator, and who knows, I may go on and get ordination. We'll see.
Wow. Wow. Feel beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so by no surprise, folks who are here at midnight doing Tikkun Leil have some pretty deep and moving desires. And, the point of that exercise a little bit was to demonstrate that we all have these, what we call ratzon, this force ratzon, deep motivations, soul desires. The challenge sometimes can be deciphering where our desires begin and end, and the desires of society also begin and end, or external forces around us. And I think, remind me your name? Deborah, right? I think Deborah kind of got to, we heard some desires that really came out of, some really challenging experiences. We heard some desires that really came from within around teaching. And then we heard Deborah name a desire that was somewhat informed by an external force of anti-Semitism, of hatred, of fear, right? And so I think there's a lot of noise around us that can actually seep in and inform our desires, from everything to what we watch, what we eat, what we wear, where we sit in a room, all that kind of stuff. And furthermore, there are actually some pretty exploitative forces that have deep interest in limiting our desires to particular domains of consumption, production, profit, comfort. All fine things to want, but to have our deep motivations limited to these domains is oftentimes a distortion that's not serving us, but rather serving some other person's desires for their own profits, for their own gains. And Musar, this spiritual wisdom that I've been referencing, applied Jewish ethics, has a pathway for how to connect to and clarify what it is that we actually want. It teaches us that we should, first of all, get some space from that noise, some rest and peace, And our tradition offers us Shabbat, the Chagim, right? The time that we have right now as a way to quiet the noise from the outside, right? To kind of drop in and connect to what it is that we actually want. It teaches us that we can cultivate what we want, deepen it through partnership, through relationship with each other and or Hashem, and that ultimately we can align our desires for good, for building a better world, for justice through prayer itself. Now, unlike other faith traditions, in Judaism, we actually get to have wants. Some other faith traditions kind of look down on you for having desires. But in Judaism, you get to have desires, right? And we get to bring them into prayer, understanding that we don't always get what we want per se, but we at least get to ask for it, right? And that by doing so, in alignment with Hashem, we can ensure that our desires are for goodness, right, in the world. If you take a look at your handouts, and folks may need to share, or I just want to point out a couple things before we get into some good chavruta. You'll find there some etymology for this word ratzon. Now, the word ratzon is related, a little kind of pseudo etymology going on here. It's certainly related to the word ratzon, want, somewhat pseudo related to the word ratz, run. And so we can think of our ratzon, our deep motivations, as that which we run towards, if you will. Now, you'll see here this text from Rabbi Shlomo Volbe. He was one of the preeminent Musar teachers of the 20th century. And he gives us a sense of the quality of this force, ratzon. He says, be drawn after your creator just like iron is drawn to a magnet. Right? So the force of ratzon is like I don't know if you ever played with magnets, but you hold them apart, you bring them close enough together. Okay, boom. Okay, show us, right? A little live demonstration. Okay, so at a certain point, those magnets can't resist. Bam, right? They come together, right, as you play with that. Right, I love that, right? And so there's something about proximity. Once you get close enough with the thing that you desire, is what this source is showing us. We can't resist it. It's magnetic, if you will. Now, we get an example here from Leviticus Rabbah right below that. And this is a midrash, and I like to think of midrashim as rabbinic fan fiction, if you will. And we have here that King David, we know that King David from the Psalms, that he really loved Hashem, right? And so the rabbis are giving us an example of how this force of ratzon really works. It says here that King David said, Master of the universe, each day I thought and said to myself, I want to go here or there, but my legs would always bring me to the synagogue or the study hall. So King David said, I wanted to go to the market and get some, I don't know what we got back then, get some dates or something. And he would, somehow autopilot to the synagogue or study hall, right? Because his love for Hashem is so great. So what is this really telling us? What is this teaching us? I'm going to give it over to you in short, that our ratzon, this force, is stronger than our intellect, what we consciously think we want. It operates below the surface of our consciousness, right? Such that for myself, actually, I oftentimes experience it in the opposite way. We see here a positive example. King David autopilots to the synagogue, right, or is drawn to the synagogue, even though he thought he wanted to go to the market. But I oftentimes experience it in the opposite, more negatively, right? I'll say to myself, I want to go to bed at a reasonable hour of 10 p.m., and then it's 2 a.m. and I'm still scrolling or binging Netflix or what have you. What happened, right? You had two separate desires. You said you wanted to go to sleep, but you're over here doing something else. Or actually, more commonly for me right now, I'll close my laptop, work email, and then I'll pick up my phone and immediately open the email app, right? Like, what happened there, right? I have two competing desires. And what it's showing here is that the ratzon is actually stronger, right? You'll find some people will find themselves shopping with no particular need, right? Or more insidiously hating a group of people without even understanding why. And the challenge is going back to those external forces that we spoke about before that really can influence our desires, is that they oftentimes, these external forces, corporations, they target the realm of the subconscious, which is where the ratzon lives, right, beneath the surface of our consciousness. So I want to invite you now into an extended chavruta. And for about 15, 18 or so minutes, I want to invite you to explore some of these discussion questions that you'll find on your handout. First of all, what are you pulled towards like iron to a magnet? Are there places it carries you that you wish weren't so magnetic? What external forces impact that? And then on the next page, I want to invite you to engage in a longer chavruta study that makes visible how partnership with each other and or Hashem can help us clarify our wants. It's a container, if you will, right, that creates ability for us to, even in disagreement, understand what we want better. Actually, I have an example from today. My wife, she asked me to help her choose what she was going to wear. And she told me afterwards that she knew she would disagree, but just the fact of me giving my opinion helped her understand what she actually wanted to wear, right? So it's in relationship that we actually can understand and deepen our desires, right? Not just through disagreement, but just having that container can be helpful. So the two sources that we have is appropriately from Ruth, as it is Shavuot, and this is the book that we read on Shavuot. And we also have a selection from Psalms. Okay, so you have some reflection questions with each. Let's dive into these texts in Chavruta, learn how using Chavruta, how learning in or reflecting in partnership can actually help us deepen our desires, our deep motivations, desires of the soul. Any questions? Yes, pause at page 4. You got it. Thank y'all. Okay, let's get in this.
Oh, okay. She's pretty good. How y'all feeling? Good. It's incredible. You guys made it amazing. I think we finally just hired a person, like a 1 month before person. It's worth it. So much stuff. And even with that person, it's still a lot. It's a stupid amount of stuff to like. Yeah, it's almost like, does this place have linens? Yeah. So what do you What's up? No. That might be your desire. Hey man, I love to tell people. I love that. It's important. It's important for the exact topic I'm talking about. Rest, key. Painful. Yeah. And it was interesting because I thought it was like, do you trust the being? And I thought, like, yeah, actually I do. And he was like, yeah. And then I was like, I really need peaceful state. And then they're like, yeah. So I feel it. I don't know. They really did trust each other. The dude still I don't regret it. Yeah, it's like I did the right thing. We're still That's really good music.
Take another 3-4 minutes. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Hope you had good discussions and want to open up space for some collective conversation. And so the question I want to put to you is, based off of the texts and your discussions, what do you see the role of Chavruta, a relationship, in helping us discover, clarify, deepen our ratzon, those soul desires? What's coming up for you? And then continue to share your name and please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Rifki. It's okay. I actually felt a sense of community just now, and it was really, really special. And yeah, that really did feel something for me. And yeah, like I was saying, I don't want to Google something. It's like, it's like if I want a recommendation, I don't want to look at reviews online. I want to talk to a person. You know, this is how it was like years before. Like, you know, I don't, you know, there's something about the connection, or like oh yeah, I went to this doctor, and it's not like, oh yeah, this doctor's office is, I don't know, 5 stars. You know what I mean? It's just like you see there's something in the transmission, like the body language, the whatever it is. Yeah, it's just human connection. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Rifki. Yes. Anybody else feeling called to share? What came up for you in your conversations? What's the role of relationship, chavruta, in connecting to your desires? Yes, please.
That if somebody else is willing to reveal to you things that they're not necessarily proud of, it makes it easier for you to reveal things to another.
Thank you. Wow, beautiful. And this is Carolyn, everybody. Carolyn, yes. Pleasure, Chag Sameach. Please.
That just reminded me of the vulnerability of being vulnerable. My name is Michelle. And somebody in our group even was talking about the idea of when we are probed or we are asked good questions, it helps us then to, and I think it's mutual in many ways, but to think deeper, to go further, to expand the possibilities, so that we are drawing on a bigger canvas, in a sense. That's what Hurwitz can do.
Sure.
Thanks. You can tell we're husband and wife. I'm Mark.
Hi, Mark.
In another setting, I'm part of a group of men who have conversations like this. And what has come out of those conversations is the idea that there is a wisdom among people who, which only reveals itself when those people are collaborating. It's not just what you know, but it's what we know. As one of my folks in that group says, it's not about me, it's about we. And the idea is not that we can even fabricate or create that wisdom. What we have to do is allow that wisdom to awaken, because it's already there. It's already here in this room. Everything that Yehuda is talking about is already, the wisdom related to it is already here in the room. It's just the process and the structure that allows it to become awakened, but it has to be awakened through wisdom, awakened through collaboration, and it's really good if that collaboration is done not with ego, but with humility. And I'm delighted to be part of a group right now that's doing that very work.
Wow, Baruch Hashem. Thank you for that. Thank you. Anybody else want to share what struck you in your Chavruta study? Yes, okay. Last.
I'm Deborah, and we didn't exactly say these words, but it's like it's really powerful to be witnessed. And that it helps me hear what I'm saying, you know, that maybe I don't hear it without being able to say it out loud and have somebody witness it.
The container, yes. It goes back to Michelle's about, I think, vulnerability as well, and that collaboration that Mark's speaking to. And last comment here. Yes.
Hi, I'm Mo. First, I wanted to make a comment. Mark, is that your name? You were making me think of what we say in our tradition, that when two people learn together, God's presence dwells between them, and it's that presence that maybe is the source of that wisdom. But I was thinking also that one thing Chavruta does for me, speaking of ego, reminds me that even though I might think, I'm so unique and I have such, personal experiences, how could anyone understand me? And then I realized that, nope, it's not so special. That actually people are going through things very similar to me and have thoughts of my own. So it's nice to remind myself that I'm not so important, but that I can share in my thoughts and my feelings with others.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So I want to take what everyone has shared, and I think Mark really spoke to it nicely, that the wisdom is already here, and I'm just going to repackage all the wisdom that you shared, because it all really connects back to some of the key points that I want you to come away with from this, is that, is that, you know, number one, we see that, at least in the King David text, that rest is so important to connecting to our desires, right? And he's speaking out his desires in the late watches of the night, right, as he's resting his head. And so we need that space again, right? But then we can actually clarify and deepen our motivations in partnership. I think, what was your name again? Mo. I think Mo said it nicely, even with Hashem, right? Like in Chavruta, Hashem is there, and David steps into Chavruta partnership with Hashem through prayer, through the psalm, and is able to deepen his motivations there, but also with each other, going back to that container that Deborah was talking about, the vulnerability that we see with Naomi and Ruth that comes out right from that, and that helps to actually clarify what it is that she wanted and deepen such that she made not just a commitment to Naomi, but also to the Jewish people, right? And so, and then just really weaving what Mark brought and Mo brought and some others around that when we share our desires with others, as we move from that place of connection, from a place of rest, that we actually start to build collective purpose, because you share your desires, say, aha, and we saw that here nicely with, is it Rivki? Yeah, we saw that here nicely with the two of you, right? When you hear somebody else's desire, you say, aha, I actually have a similar desire too. Who knew? And you move from a place of isolation to a place of collaboration. And now we can actually move together and build the world that we want to be a part of, right? And so this process is something that we can continuously do. Go back to that place of rest and quiet, connect to our Ratzon, and start to share it over and over again in greater and greater detail each and every time, such that it becomes so tactile that it can actually help us bridge the gap between where we are and where we want to be, or at least speak about being. And I think that this is such an important piece around building a better world. I think oftentimes we're so clear about what we're against, and we're not so good at articulating what it is that we're trying to build. And I think it's an important muscle that we have to exercise, particularly in these times, right? And I think of particularly Dr. King, who I imagine he had many chavrutas. And he, before sharing his dream with the world, he would have shared it in chavruta with his trusted partners that would have helped him clarify and deepen his desire, right? And move that. Before you knew it, it ignited similar desires in others. And here we live in a world far more integrated than the one that Dr. King was born into, right? So with that, I want to invite us into practice around this. Musar is a practice-based discipline, and it works not just through discussion, yes, but also by doing the practice itself, right? And so we see that in all these examples of people manifesting their desires, that they first speak it out loud is an important piece of the story, right? Whether it's brought it from within to without, whether it's writing or sharing in partnership. So if you look on page 4, you'll see this head-heart activity. And we're going to close with this. And so in Chavruta, so you do have to find yourselves in pairs for this. And this is where the vulnerability, as Michelle was speaking to, this is where it really comes out. So you find yourself with a pair. And the person with shorter hair will ask the person with longer hair, what do you want? And you'll have up to a minute to respond. And think about, what do you want for yourself, but also for your community, perhaps even for all of society? And if you run out of things to say in 30 seconds, give yourself the full minute. You know, the person who's asking can keep time on your watch, or if you use your cell phone. I'll try, but you all start at different times. But I'll try, you know. But if the asker, you could also, you're holding the container, okay? The person asking, you're holding the container, right? You're allowing your chavruta to drop into this place of vulnerability. What do you want? You'll get to answer. And then, when the minute is up, you'll ask again, what do you want? You get another minute. And then finally, again, a third time, what do you want? You may find that over the 3 times that you're asked, that you'll really deepen and clarify what it is that your soul is desiring. And then, you know, you want to take a moment for reflection before switching. Sound good, y'all? Okay, so we'll close here with this head, heart, and we start practice. Bless. Any questions? Sound good? Okay, find a partner. Do need to be in pairs. One minute per. 3 times. And it's important that you pause and get asked again. When the timer goes off, ask again, what do you want? You might find yourself chuckling at first, laughing a little bit, but it's okay. Let yourself drop in. If you haven't switched partners, you should be switching. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? So we're coming down to the end of our time here together. I just want to hear from maybe one person. What did it feel like to be asked 3 times? To have that container to respond to that question 3 times. What do you want? Yes, please.
I have to say, at first I snickered a little bit and felt that the continual asking would be funny. And I found that it was actually very gratifying because I think, at least for me, when I'm answering a question and speaking with someone, a chavruta, sometimes I can feel that I'm going on and I'm only in my own head, even though someone is carefully listening. And there is that divine feeling between 2 people. So to have the question asked again after a pause was actually very helpful for me and very grounding. And I noticed that different things came up as I was asked the same question a few times. So then I said, don't laugh at these activities. I said that to myself. So thank you for bringing that.
Yes, you're welcome. Love that. And we do find that actually people don't say the same thing every time, but actually new things come up and you'll find yourself maybe, even if you were coming around to the same idea, kind of crystallizing it a little bit more. And that was just 3 minutes. Imagine if you did this, 2 minutes each time, 3 minutes each question, right? How deep it. Oh, bless. Baruch Hashem. Love that. It's a lot of gratitude there too. Wow. So thank y'all for participating in this deepening of Ratzon. And my invitation is to continue to use Chavruta to clarify, cultivate, deepen this soul desire that can really move us towards how we want to build a better world. Thank y'all. Chag Sameach. Yes. Not out yet. Not coming. Sorry, I forgot to say, ice cream social downstairs right now, and then in the lobby, and the rest of the sessions are downstairs as well, following. Okay, so you don't have to come back up here anymore. Just get your ice cream and hang out. Thank y'all. Chag Sameach.